in the presidential election, which was my plan to do so, I really made the decision to resign from that seat so that I could endorse Bernie Sanders, largely because of his difference with Hillary Clinton in foreign policy. You know, Hillary Clinton had, very much of an interventionist, in my opinion, kind of the war hawk, regime change war policy that she had shown throughout her time, both in the administration as well as a U.S. senator. And Bernie Sanders, leaned the other way. He's more of a non-interventionist. And I saw that in those debates at that time, the conversations that were in the media was not bringing up this difference between the two of them so that voters could make an informed choice of who they want their commander-in-chief to be, which to me, just as, as a soldier, as a veteran, as an American, I'm like, how can you not be putting this issue at the forefront? So I resigned from that position, endorsed Bernie Sanders, started going out and just talking about raising these issues on the campaign trail. But I remember one of the first interviews that I did on MSNBC, the host of the show saying, aren't you afraid of what the Clintons will do to you? Said this on live television. And
scary ass family. Oh
my
man.
answer was no, obviously, but it was amazing. It was interesting to see the reaction, like the days after, when I first went back to DC after I made that announcement of endorsement. And friends of mine, politicians in Washington, they were like, "Man, Tulsi, like, go with God, sister."
It's a different animal. So, like, if you get into some sort of verbal altercation with Joe Biden, there's no concern for your life. Like, I'm not saying it's real or not, but the rumor is always, there's a thing called
Joe
the Clinton
Biden
body
is
count.
Like, yeah,
Joe Biden, I don't know if that's
Uncle
real.
Joe.
I don't think it is.
My personal commitment to you, to all of my fellow Americans, is to treat you with respect and compassion, something that we in Hawaii call aloha. Every single person deserves to be treated with respect, regardless of race, religion, or gender, or even your politics. Inclusion, unity, respect, aloha, these will be the operating principles for my administration. Now, Dr. Martin Luther King visited Hawaii first back in 1959, where he expressed his appreciation for what we call the aloha spirit. He said, "We look to you for inspiration as a bold example for which you have already succeeded in the areas of racial harmony and racial justice, where we are still struggling to achieve in other sections of the country." He later went on to say, "As I looked out at the various faces in various colors mingled together like the waters of the sea, I see only one face, the face of the future. Working side by side, let's defeat the divisiveness of Donald Trump. Come together and usher in a 21st century of racial harmony, of racial justice, peace, inclusion, and true equality. Working side by side, let's make Dr. King's dream our reality."
There you go.
Wow. I heard about these. I've never seen one before.
Yeah, well, now you have.
Yeah.
Look, pay yourself whatever and give yourself a nice tip.
Thank you. Thank you. You're not going to ask me if she got home okay?
She get home okay?
No. Took her to Mass General. They're pumping her stomach as we speak. What's her name? You don't know, do you? Okay. This is the point where usually I'd give you a chance to do the right thing, but not tonight. Tonight I'm going to need your cameras, cell phones, anything you might have used to record what you did there.
You knocked on the wrong door tonight, Pops.
probably some of it, most of it, let's say it's all made up. The fact that that's out there, that the thought is out there, that they will whack.
I mean, the people who are saying, hey, look, there are lists that are kept and your political career will be over. That was really the message that I got from people who've been around the block a few times. And I think the most recent thing that that came up with what Hillary Clinton said about me is not a spat between two people. It really just shows the complete difference and the conflict in our foreign policy views of the what I call the Bush-Clinton doctrine of interventionism and regime change wars and warmongering versus what I'm putting forward, which is let's stop the regime change war, world's police policies, work to end this new Cold War and arms race, put the interests of the American people first, always ensuring that we have a strong and capable, ready military to defend our nation and our people, and honoring that service and sacrifice that our troops give by only sending them on missions worthy of their sacrifice, maximizing diplomacy, engagement with other countries in the world through cooperation rather than conflict, and always seeing war as a last resort. So that conflict that you're seeing in the media that's been playing out, and again, why you're seeing so much of the corporate media and the political machine attacking me is because of this difference, is because of this change in foreign policy that I'm bringing about. Because when it comes right down to it, whether you're going back to the Cold War, back to Vietnam War, back to the Iraq War overthrowing Saddam Hussein, Libya, Gaddafi, the media has always kind of been this cheerleading voice for these wars to happen, sending a very clear narrative out to the American people. And I think it comes down to it's good business for them. It's good ratings, make some money.
I want to talk to you about that, but I want to talk to you about what she said to you, or about you rather.
Yeah.
That she said that you were a Russian asset. That was the insinuation, right?
Yeah.
Like, what was the base of that, and how does someone
completely baseless?
That's what's weird, right? How does someone who is running for president and is one of the most prominent politicians in our country, how do they get away with saying something that's such a huge accusation with no information to back it up?
It would be a good question for a normal person. But when you look at the power of the Clinton machine, when you look at the power of the political establishment, which is made up of people who are either, part of the Clinton so-called family, or who are part of this political establishment that is built on the same foundation that Hillary Clinton, laid, when you look at the media establishment, who've been pushing a lot of the same narrative, a lot of the same message, then you can see how somebody gets away with calling a sitting member of Congress, a candidate for president, soldier actively serving the Army National Guard, veteran of 2 Middle East deployments, basically a traitor to the country that I love and that I'm willing to lay my life down for, and to get away with it without any evidence or base whatsoever.
Not just that, but no pushback.
No.
That was the most bizarre thing.
No.
No one said, hold on. What are you saying she is? You're saying she's a Russian asset. Define that. What do you mean by that? Do you mean an unwitting Russian asset? Are you saying that Russia's behind her to try to do something against Bernie or Elizabeth Warren or whatever the consensus pick is? Like, what are you saying? There was no questions like that.
There were no questions like that. And look, even if there were witting or unwitting, so she's basically either saying that I'm a traitor to my nation, or that I am an unwitting asset, which means basically you are too stupid and too naive to know that you're being used to further the interests of a nation other than our own, both of which are deeply, deeply offensive, and again, without any base. And I think that's the, this is bigger, this is really not about me. The danger here of what she did and how the media responded, and how almost every single other candidate for president refused to comment, refused to denounce what she said. I think Bernie is an exception, Marianne Williamson, Andrew Yang, a couple of them had the courage to say, hey, look, this is ridiculous. The fact that was the response is really, it has a chilling effect on our freedom of speech in this country. And it sends a message that whether it's Tulsi Gabbard or any other American or any other veteran who dares to stand up and challenge the establishment, challenge this foreign policy narrative, call for peace, call for an end to these senseless, unnecessary regime change wars, then you too can be smeared. Your character can be smeared.
Do you ever think you could reach a tipping point where this happens, not this kind of thing happens, where you just say, all right, I'm done with, in this case, the Democratic Party? I mean, even after what they did to Bernie in 2016, right? That, I'm sure that had to be a tipping point for a lot of people that said, wait a second, this is the guy we wanted, and you totally hosed him, and now we got this woman over here, but we didn't want him. How many times can this happen before people go, oh, I'm done with this?
I see this as something that's bigger than just the Democratic Party, because we see this. We see how this kind of foreign policy elite and establishment in Washington, it has crossed both parties over different times, and it's something that I think goes much deeper than that. I'm working to bring about reforms in the Democratic Party to make it so that it is more democratic, more open, more transparent, more inclusive and welcoming of people who, may agree on some issues, disagree on others, but one that is actually serving as a platform for the people, fighting for the people, thinking about what's in the best interest of the people. That's the kind of change and reform that I'm working to bring about in the party. But I think the forces that we're challenging here are actually much bigger than that.
I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to the Republican Party, because the establishment Republicans, the last human being in the world that they wanted to run for president on the Republican ticket was Donald J. Trump.
Right.
And they tried hard to
They
beat him.
tried.
Yeah.
But once he was in, they said that's our president,
Yeah.
and that's a very wise thing to do. And that's where the fear is with a lot of Democrats, that someone is going to go independent, and that someone who is popular, perhaps you, would go independent and suck a lot of the votes away from the Democratic Party. People disagree with the direction it's going, and then that's how the Republicans would win.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I've been asked that a ton of times since months ago, and every single time I've been asked, I've said the answer is no. I'm running to be the Democratic nominee. I will not run as a third-party candidate, and I think that's something else.
What's up?
Is interesting.
Damn,
Again,
12
very
minutes.
transparent if you're paying
Man, as soon as I
attention.
started the stream
No matter
up,
how many times I answer that question from
bro, I
reporters,
had to take a shit.
and no matter how many times my answer is consistent.
I was sitting here like, yeah, about to kick it with the homies and shit. Stomach started bubbling. Bloop, 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 bloop. I didn't think it took me 12 minutes to take a shit, though. That's a long time to take a shit, man. You be in the bathroom for 12 minutes. Phew. Felt like I lost about 3 pounds just now. I feel light. I feel light in the seat of my pants.
Same. No. That was another thing that Hillary Clinton and others continue to point out, like, oh, well, we think she's going to run as a third-party candidate, and she's going to be the reason that Donald Trump wins, and
She's
all this
not
other
playing
crap.
ball.
No, and they're clearly trafficking in things that aren't true. Again, why? To raise that question in people's minds, and to raise that suspicion, and to do their best to try to undermine the support that we're getting from people.
They did that interview with you on The View.
Oh, you saw that?
And yeah, and they said something about Richard Spencer, the white supremacist, and because he said, so this is of all the things they bring up,
Yeah.
they say Richard Spencer, a white supremacist Nazi, said he could vote for you. That's what they decided to bring up.
Well, The View is, I mean, we have to really be thankful that it exists, because without that level of discourse on television, without being able to watch those geniuses banter around some of the most important ideas of today, I don't know where we'd be. I think it elevates us as a society, as a civilization, and it also shows the rest of the world how it's done. If you really want to see how the baddest country on earth deals with political discourse and social issues, watch those gals, because they got it down. Bunch of damn geniuses.
You're good, Joe.
Thank you.
Damn.
You're good.
Doesn't get any better.
I think
They
the
throw
other
that
thing.
out there. They throw that out there.
Yeah.
They
Right,
throw that out there, and you know, once it's out there, hey, it's out there.
That's
And
all
all of a
they have
sudden,
to do,
there's
yeah.
someone else somewhere
Yeah.
that heard that clip.
Yeah.
Richard
That's
Spencer,
what's so dangerous
Tulsi,
about
and
this.
that's what they're running with.
Yeah.
That's today, though. Today is there's so much data, right? There's so much information that all they need is one little smeary thing to toss your way, and then people would say, "Oh, she's an Assad supporter. Oh, she's a this. Oh, Richard Spencer's favorite candidate, that one." And then like, "Oh, I can't vote for her. I
Yeah.
don't want to be kicked
This
out of the
is-
team."
This is what we see on Twitter all the time.
That's a giant issue with the left too. The left eats itself way more than any other party, and I don't know what that is about liberals in general that seem to really truly enjoy calling each other out for not being liberal enough. But it's very strange. It's so obviously destructive, and it shows that there's no good leadership at the top of the heap. Because at the top of the heap, everybody would be like, "Hey, we're all in this together. Okay, we could disagree on some stuff,
Yeah.
but if we start attacking each other, it makes the other side stronger. So let's cut the shit publicly. And let's talk this through." And that's pretty much exactly what the Republicans have done for the most part.
Yeah, and as you know, from a leadership perspective, it is almost always best to look at things in a balanced way and say, "Oh, I got this part of my team over here that wants to do this extreme thing, and the other part of the team wants to do the opposite extreme thing." The answer is going to be somewhere in the middle. Why don't I just
Yo, Blake.
find a good kind of solution?
Blake Ryan. That seems like a good American name. You could be Canadian maybe, but are you American? Do you live in America, Blake? Are you even still in here, Blake? No? It's all good. It's all good.
Making this video to bring awareness to domestic violence because there are women going through it every day. The first time a person show you who they are, please walk away. If he show you that he put his hands on you, you must walk away. You must let me be an example. You know? I just ask that everybody keeps me in their prayers for my healing. I don't really want to make a long video because I don't really know what to say. I just want prayers. That's it. I have a broken nose. My bone is broken. My teeth are missing. My bruises all over my body. Just please.
Damn, bro. He knocked her teeth out? Domestic violence is fucked up, you know. How you beat a woman? I mean, if she a ratchet little bitch and she putting her hands on you repeatedly and she hurting you and causing you physical harm, put your hands on that bitch. Yes, sir. Put your hands on her. I'll knock a bitch out. I ain't gonna lie to you. If you aggressively attacking me and I can't get away from you, I'm gonna try to knock you the fuck out, lady. But if you in a domestic relationship or partnership or some kind of arrangement and y'all get in an argument and the bitch make you mad and she push your buttons and she talk shit about your mama and she call you a deadbeat dad and all that shit might be true and it just hurts you to hear the shit. That ain't good enough excuse to put your hands on her. I don't give a fuck if she fucked your homeboy. If she fucked your homeboy and let him come in her butt, leave the bitch alone. You know what I'm saying? Don't put your hands on the bitch. Now if she attacking you, she coming at you with the hands, or she got a weapon or a knife or something, knock that bitch out, yo. And then you call the cops. Officer, I was getting attacked. It was a female. She's right here. She's out cold. She's snoring, but she okay. Somebody come help. But if you just upset over some jealousy or some heated argument where you guys just simply cannot agree on whatever, you shouldn't put your hands on the girl. That ain't no reason to hit no female. And then the video I just watched, man, the girl got a broken nose, both her eyes all swollen. She say her eye bone is fucking fractured, knocked out all four of her front teeth. Like these right here, he knocked all them shits out. Her lip so fucking fat. Like, how you want to put your hands on a female like that? You know what I'm saying? Even if she is relentlessly attacking you with a weapon or something, one hit is good. It's a girl. Knock that bitch out and let her lay there for a minute. You ain't gotta beat her all in her face and break her fucking nose and knock all of her fucking teeth out. That shit ain't called for. You can defend yourself against anybody. A dog, a kangaroo, a female. I don't give a fuck if you attacking me. I'm a fucking protect my life, because I done fought a dog before too. Shit, it's an animal. Oh, he's cute. Now that motherfucker try to bite me. I'm gonna kick the shit out this dog. And if I grab his collar the right way, I'm gonna choke this fucking dog till he leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? That's with any situation. But you ain't got to damn try to beat the dog to death or any other thing. Like, it looked like he tried to beat that girl to death. How you fracture her face, broke her nose, and knock her all four of these shits, all the ones in the front, he knocked all them shits out. Dude, ain't nothing a female can do. I don't know. I ain't gonna say that. Cause if somebody like hurt a person in my family or hurt my child or something like that, motherfuckers will get overreactive, and you can go too far in certain situations where emotions are extremely high, and they call it blacking out. You know what I'm saying? But I can imagine, like, if I seen somebody, like, I don't know, run up on my little baby niece and just try to handle I'll black out. I might do kill a motherfucker. I might do break your nose and knock all your fucking teeth out. But that's on a whole different scenario though. But just you and your girl in a domestic relationship and she piss you off, ain't no good enough reason to beat nobody like that, bro. Damn, he beat the fuck out that girl.
But I'm making this video to bring awareness to domestic violence.
Look how pretty she is.
Because there are women going through it every day.
She's so pretty, bro. And look what he did to her.
The first time a person show you who they are, please walk away. If he shows you that he'll put his hands on you, you must walk away. You must. Let me be an example.
Hey, self-defense. I will use it against anybody.
I just ask that everybody keeps me in their prayers.
Look how pretty she is, though. Damn.
For my healing, I don't really want to make a long video because I don't really know what to say. I just want prayers. That's it. I have a broken nose. My eye bone is broken. My teeth are missing. I got bruises all over my body. Just please.
That's crazy though. How you gonna do a pretty ass girl like that, yo? Pretty. That nigga jealous as hell. That's all he is. Trying to control her and manipulate her to be his little servant or whatever. She said something out the way, or she said something that she had her own opinion on something and he couldn't handle that shit. Bitch, don't you ever, bitch, I will fucking kill you, bitch. he had to wham the shit on her, yo. He had to wham out. That ain't just one hit, like, that ain't even, bitch, go sit down. That ain't nothing like that. This motherfucker grabbed her, yoked her up, and repeatedly. How you knock her teeth out, bro? You knock her teeth out though? I wouldn't even know what to do. Now, if that was my sister or my cousin or something, I'm trying to kill that nigga, yo. I try to kill his ass, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody give me some bail money. I got 1,000. You give me 1,000 and you give me 1,000. I got 3 grand for bail and a cheap ass lawyer. Cause I'm about to go over here. I'm about to fuck this nigga up, yo. Don't take the pistol. I ain't taking the pistol. Cause I want to get out of jail. I'll go to jail, but I want to get out. I ain't gonna murder the motherfucker cause he ain't kill nobody. I'm gonna beat you 10 times worse than you. You gonna wish you was dead. I might bring the bat or the pole. I ain't gonna bring the burner. I bring the bat or the pole cause I'm gonna break something. You broke her nose and you fractured her face. I gotta break something on you, brother. I'm telling you, I'm breaking your leg. Hit you right here in that elbow. Wham! I'm breaking something. You broke her nose. You gotta get something broken back, bro. No, I want your legs. I'm going for your leg, your shins or your knees, because you don't even need to walk for a couple months. You need to sit your ass down and really think about what the fuck you done did. Think about this shit. I'm about to break both of your fucking legs, homie. I don't give a fuck how big you is or what, anything. If I feel I need some backup, I got homies to come with me. Bro, he fucked my little cousin up, man. I need you to come help me with this nigga. He kind of big. I don't give a fuck. We coming for you. That's crazy. Crazy. All that human trafficking and shit. Y'all seen that shit? All that shit crazy, man. Women gotta put up with too much crazy ass shit, man. And I don't see why, cause they got all the pussy. If you fuck women up and treat them all crazy and disrespect them and beat them up and shit, where you gonna get the pussy from? Huh? You can't get no pussy once you beat the damn pussy half to death. Motherfuckers don't think, bro. Motherfuckers don't be thinking. Hey, but people do some fucked up shit.
That's somewhere in the middle. And of course, the fringes are going to be a little bit mad. Okay, I get that. They're the fringes, but the bulk of people, and what's good for the bulk of people, is to make this kind of balanced decision.
I remember back in the day, one of my cousins, one of her best friends, man, we was still young, yo. We was like maybe in our early 20s. And my cousin best friend, I ain't gonna call her name, but she was fucking with a dude, man. They had a kid together. She decided she don't want to be with him no more, and told him that shit. Like, yo, I don't want to be with you no more. I think we should just separate, this and that. Man, that nigga could not take that shit. He couldn't take it. And she was a cashier at a grocery store. And you know, this motherfucker went to her job in broad daylight, bro. It was like 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. And walked right up in the grocery store where she was working and pulled out a gun and shot her twice in the head. Just because she said that she don't want to be with him no more. And then they caught his ass. Locked him up and shit. But her brother, the girl who got shot, her brother, purposely did some little bullshit ass crime. Purposely. So he can get locked up too. So he can be in the same jail where this motherfucker at who killed his damn sister. This motherfucker was going in, boy. Well, I gotta get on the inside. I gotta get this motherfucker, bro. He purposely got locked up just to get inside with this motherfucker, yo. He couldn't get him though, man. After reading the names and all this shit, man, I guess the facility kind of figured out his little plan and shit, and they made sure they stayed separated. But his charges got dropped down to some lesser shit. I guess the courts and the judge realized he was acting on high emotions, and whatever crime he committed to get arrested it was like some dumbass misdemeanor or whatever. But I can imagine, if he would have got that motherfucker in there, bro, he would have killed that motherfucker right in jail, bro. Would have killed his ass right there in jail. Probably would have choked his life out of him with his bare hands. You killed my sister, nigga. I will choke the life out of you. Domestic violence is that bullshit. Alright, first one of the day. I was on Instagram because I was gonna stream live on Instagram for a little while too. While I sit here and just talk about shit for like an hour or so. Alright, girl, you better watch out now. You better watch out, boy. I did posted a little gym pic this morning. Somebody talking about sexy. Girl, you can't. Don't call me sexy. I'll slide in your inbox. How sexy do you think I am? Then I asked him the real question. You want to see the full sexiness? Alright. Got a couple different perspectives going on here. Yep. We are live in the studio. Oh, what happened? I don't know what happened. I pressed the wrong fucking shit. Live in the studio. Live in the studio. We're live on oh bro, I don't celebrate European holidays, homie. Yeah, I haven't celebrated European holidays in about 5 years, 6 years. I stopped really believing in them like 10 years ago, but it got to the point where I really just couldn't do it anymore, and it was like, fuck that shit, bro. So no holidays for me at all whatsoever. No Christmas, no Thanksgiving, no fucking Easter or Halloween. All that shit is bullshit to me. Yo, MJ1 today. What's good, homie? We chilling in the studio. I'm on YouTube Live right now, guys. So if you want a better view and a better sound quality of the studio this morning, definitely just click over, go over to the YouTube channel, Travis Prince on YouTube. I'm gonna be here for a couple hours. Initially, I was gonna do a drawing this morning because I do have a project I have to wrap up, but I want to work on this painting some more. I'm getting really close to having a second layer of paint done on this thing. So if I can wrap up that second layer of paint today, I'll definitely start that drawing tomorrow. I can probably finish that drawing in one day. Unlike MJ, this motherfucker do like 5 drawings a day. I ain't that quick, bro. I can't do it that fast. You know, I gotta I gotta erase a lot. You know, I draw a line. That shit ain't right. I draw it and then erase that shit and draw. Bruh. MJ, he just. That's done. That's done. I'm like, damn, bro. Slow down a little bit, man. Give a nigga time to catch up. You know, give a brother a time to create some stuff too, man. Damn. I ain't gonna say you be trying to show out, but some people may make that assumption. I'm just stating the obvious. You know, motherfucker trying to show out because he draws so damn fast and shit. I can't do that. Because I'm a procrastinator. But earlier we were listening to some Joe Rogan podcast with Tulsi Gabbard. Y'all know who that is? Y'all know who Tulsi Gabbard is? Anybody, somebody, anybody. Nope. I'll make it a week now. Yo, appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. But Tulsi Gabbard she's actually running. She's a Democratic nominee for president, yo. And I've been listening to a lot of it. Not as much as some people. I don't try to keep up with that shit on a daily basis, but I do try to keep up with, you know, what's currently going on in the political arena and actually try to listen to these motherfuckers and see what they got to say so I can understand their policies and politics and what their main outline and agenda is if they do secure the presidency. So, I mean, I'm not going to vote. I ain't going to vote for none of them. But I do want to know what they got to say. I am interested in what they have to say.
Move forward with it. But we don't get that kind of logic inside of these leaders, especially when they're running for president.
Yeah. Which is, you know, they run and then as soon as they get in, they're running for re-election.
Yeah.
You know, it's so frustrating as a citizen to sit back and watch this going from the debate format to the way things are handled. It's just, I don't understand why there haven't been radical improvements. There's improvements in, imagine getting a computer from 1990 and trying to do your work on it. You'd be like, this hunk of shit. Like, what is this?
Nah, bruh. And I get it though, like, cause Fahamu Peku, he is one of my biggest inspirations as an artist. I'm not gonna lie, yo. I have a couple of his books. I've met him in person like 3-4 times, had conversations with him and everything, and I have taken ideas from him as well. So the only thing that I felt, I don't know, it's an odd feeling that I can't really put a word on it. It's that, like, this dude is established he is a career artist. He lives off of this shit, yo. He does gallery shows in France and fucking Italy and all these other countries, Australia. This motherfucker show all over the U.S. He sells his art, like his paintings are $32,000 for one of his original pieces. Them shits are like 30 grand, yo, for that shit. And I never thought that my art and my ideas would inspire someone who already has a legit career in art. I never thought I could do that, yo. But then when he posted his new series of paintings and that shit just looked like my shit, I'm like, wait a minute, bro. I'm supposed to be stealing from you because you the great. You're not supposed to take from me. But then at the same time, that shit is a good feeling because even though I don't have any real confirmation that my ideas were what gave him the idea to do his new pieces, but it's like so obvious that I think it's kind of cool, you know. I I realize I'm actually more influential than I thought I was. I didn't realize I could influence someone who I looked up to, you know, someone who I studied their work for inspiration. And now the shoe is on the other foot where, you know, someone with a really great art career is studying my art and getting inspiration from it. So it's kind of dope. But the one major drawback and downside I feel about this is that he is so famous and his work gets seen in other countries all the time, um, that he will be credited for the concept and the idea of the Reader series, when actually the Reader series is probably my best idea that I've had ever for artwork. And that's why I have so many pieces in my Reader series, because I think that concept of art and education, using the art itself as an educational piece, I think that's one of the best things that I came up with. And using literature and putting these books into the art to scream at the viewer, hey motherfucker, read this shit. It might fucking help you. And I saw that as my idea, as my concept, and I built on that, and I really, really put that shit out there. But me just being little old me, it's not as noticeable or as recognized as being a great artistic concept. But now that he has taken the idea and implemented it into his artwork, it will be seen as this grand idea, as this fantastic imagery of art and education, and that credit should definitely go to me. Yeah, exactly. And that's the that's the major downside I see for it. Like, he'll take those paintings and sell them for, once again, like $35,000. You know, and I barely I that's like my annual income. I'm right at that 35, 40,000 mark for a year. But he can take my idea, produce one piece of art, and sell that shit and make fucking bank off of it. Not saying that the art itself isn't good or it doesn't have that inspiration in it, but still it's like, fuck, bro. Fuck. Now I gotta come up with some more shit, which I am working on some different ideas right now, but still, like, my Reader series is my flagship series. Like, I'm banking on my Reader series to get me more exposure because I worked so long on it, I worked so hard on it, and I have so many pieces in the Reader series where my Reader series is like 13, 14 paintings right now. And it's not going to stop. Like, I think my Reader series is going to be a continuing series as long as I can educate myself and read new literature that motivates and inspires me. Then I can put those uh, works of literature in my art, uh, therefore effectively influencing my community and the viewers, and acknowledging and giving credit to the author of the material as well. And in my Reader series, I name each piece after the author of the book which is displayed. So I don't try to come up with some weird ass name or some creative ass title or any of that. This piece is called Dr. Amos Wilson. And people are like, who is that? Well, go look his fucking name up. This piece is called Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Oh, who is that? Well, go look her name up. You know what I'm saying? And I think by actually titling, giving the painting a title that is the author's name, is just that extra layer and incentive to initiate people to actually go research this stuff for themselves. So it's such a good idea that somebody had to take it. I knew that shit was coming. That's the only thing too, bro. When it comes to art, you have to copyright your image. And you can't copyright, like a series of paintings. You have to have a copyright for each individual piece of art, and that shit is super expensive. I already looked into it, super expensive. So I'm just stuck between a rock and a hard place, bro. There's nothing I can really do about it, you know. And that's the thing though. Like all artists, like all the great artists are thieves because they take ideas from other people. But still just yeah, that shit is uber expensive, bro. So I just got to deal with this shit. Just be more creative and come up with stronger concepts that people would, be attracted to. And that's that. And I'm not going to stop my reader series. I actually just purchased a new book from my man Vernon Jackson from Florida. And his book is entitled The Blueprint for Black Youth Empowerment. Subtitle, Organizing to Secure Our Future. So I ain't playing with this shit, yo. This is a journey for me. I'm always trying to educate myself. I'm always trying to educate my people in my community. And after I read this book, I just got it in the mail the other day. But after I read this, I might put this in the next piece for the reader series. You know what I'm saying? Knowledge of self, African history, economics, heart full of courage, love, passion for family, work ethic, creativity, strength, trained in self-defense and combat, determination, drive, shoulders to bear the burdens of manhood. And if you check my man Vernon Johnson out on Instagram, this brother is hardcore, bro. He started his own all-black fight team. He has a fight club where they do MMA fights. He has a gun club. He writes books, a motivational speaker, and he's a lawyer. And it's a young black dude, yo. Motherfucker making hella moves, yo. I like, damn, bro, I gotta read your shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the thing, man. We've been making art for fucking 10,000 years. You know what I'm saying? We've made art for a long time. And we've had some really, really great periods in art, and the art world has its ebbs and flows where it goes up and down, and there are certain periods in art where I like the Art Deco and the postmodern expressionism and all those phases. Like, not really my cup of tea, but art grows, it progresses, it evolves, but we've been doing it for so long that almost every idea and concept has been touched upon to a certain extent in one shape, form, or fashion. So being completely original when it comes to visual arts is a very, very, very tough thing to do. And that's why like some of my famous heavy hitters like Kehinde Wiley, essentially Kehinde takes Italian Renaissance paintings, the figures, the gestures, and the motions, and replaces those images with black people. in a more modern setting, but he still is utilizing some of the imagery from the Italian Renaissance. And that's cool, you know what I'm saying? He just puts his own spin on it. But the thing is, like, my reader series, I've never seen anybody go hardcore with like book covers and consecutively try to show you different books that you should read. Like I've never really seen that before. I have seen other artists use books where, you know, people are reading books or there's stacks of books within the painting that may be important, but once again, I just took it and put my own spin on it, and then somebody took my exact spin, like they didn't even try to put their own spin on it. It's like, what are you doing? Change it up a little bit more, bro. It's like, fuck. But I had to ask a couple people that shit because I thought I was fucking tripping. Is it me? Am I just seeing shit? Am I not looking at this the right way? I feel like somebody's fucking copying me right now. So I asked a few people, and it's like, yeah, that shit does look like your shit. I was like, that's what I thought. You know what I'm saying? Hey. You know what I'm saying? Just had to ask somebody for reassurance, because that's what I was thinking. That shit. It is what it is, bro.
Well, we have the same exact political system that we had before the internet with
using the book cover itself so you can clearly see the title of the book and the author's name. A lot of people don't do that shit. And then to make the book the focal point of the piece. The book is the main part of this piece. Now the model is just holding the book. That's the main reason for the model to be there, or the person or the figure to be in this painting, is to hold the book so that you can see the book. Damn, never heard that shit before, Enforcer. And then when you see his shit and it's like, and I was Frantz Fanon. I've listened to one of his lectures. It had to be translated because he was a French psychologist in the fucking 50s who was talking about racial issues and stereotypes in Europe at the time. You got a black psychologist writing about social issues in Europe. And I don't have a copy of that book, but I know of the author, I know of his work, and I've always wanted to get a copy and read it. But he already put that shit in his painting. But that's the thing though. Like, my reader series is so in-depth and so extensive, and some of my paintings have multiple books in it where I done covered a lot of good shit. So if you, and the reader series is predominantly black people reading books written by black authors. So it's a challenge now, bro, because my reader series is so big. Don't use the same books that I use, and I've read a lot of good books. So now you got to use all the other shit that I haven't used yet, and I'm still reading, and I'm still gonna add more shit to mine. So you better be working on that shit buku fast, bro, because my shit ain't gonna stop. And like I say, my reader series already has a wealth of information in it, where anybody could just look through my catalog and you can see half a fucking library in that shit. So don't use the same books that I use, and you lucky you got that Fanon book out there, that Frantz Fanon book out there first, because I just ain't had the chance to get a copy and read that shit yet, because I definitely would have put that shit in my series. Alright. Thief. Motherfucking thief. You saw my shit first. And now you want to do a lion? Let me heart that shit. Man, the art game crazy, yo. It's crazy. What make people famous, or what just let other good artists fly under the radar. And it's all about the university too. If I would have went to college and I would have had a major university backing me and having me at their campus gallery, and then speaking to other galleries highly of me, and being able to do basically like intern studies where you just get paid to fucking paint and come up with new art and shit. Like if I would have went to college and did that shit, I would have been way better off. And that's what this guy did. So he's a college grad, and his alma mater backed him and pushed him out there, because the school, every university or higher institution wants to brag about their graduates. Oh, look what we produce. We produce this mathematician. We produce this director. We produce this great artist. And they came from our school. So when a school does have an individual that they see can be propelled into a decent career, they always help them, because it makes the school look better. And if I would have went to school for art, yo, I just, I know I would currently be in a way better position, just because the school would want to brag about themselves being able to produce a great artist. And that's the thing too, my man. I really like my man's concepts and shit, man, and the ideas that he's produced over the years. But as far as technical skills, like actually putting the paint on the canvas, I really think I'm better than he is. Because I've been to several of his shows, his museum exhibits, and I fucking, bro, when I look at art, I look at this shit, dude. I put my face a few inches from that shit. I want to see your brush strokes. I want to see how you blend your colors. I want to see how well you blend your colors. I want to see how you lay your fucking paint down. I want to see how many layers of paint did you actually apply to the canvas in order to get this final result. And when I study people art, I think my shit look better than that. I do my shit just a little bit better. I add a little bit more time and detail to my shit. And when I look at his art, I just see the same thing. You step back and this shit is awesome. This is a great image. It looks nice. The colors are good, and the concept is there. But when you break it down and look at it technically, like my shit is better than a lot of people I see, yo. Like my skill level is there. I had a good mentor too, yo. I had a really good mentor too, and my skills ain't lacking on nothing. And then when I look at my shit, and then look at somebody else's art, and I can't get $5,000 for one of my paintings, but these motherfuckers sell their shit for $35,000, and it's like my shit look better than theirs though. My ideas are strong, and my technique is just better. My shit looks better, and it's fucking hands down. And I'm not trying to brag or anything. It's my own personal opinion, but my shit just look better than his shit, yo. And then I just got an invitation to be a judge too for some high school students coming up in January at a museum. Because locally, I'm the shit. Locally, everybody knows me locally, and a lot of people know like I'm one of the best artists around here, because I put a lot of time and effort into my shit. I don't just call myself good or the best just to be saying that shit. Like, I'm gonna just wake up tomorrow and be like, yo, I'm the best fucking golfer ever. Man, Tiger Woods ain't got shit on me. I can't do that, because I don't golf. I don't know shit about it. I don't even know half the rules to the game, or I don't know the difference between a wedge and or whatever. I don't fucking know. But I know this art shit. I put time into this art shit. I dedicate myself to this art shit. I'm one of the best artists I know personally. Now, I follow a lot of other artists who I feel like are light years ahead of me as far as technique goes. But I'm light years ahead of a lot of other people. You know what I'm saying? That's why people are like, oh, you want $5,000 for that? Yes. Yes, I do want $5,000 for it. No. Actually, I want $25,000 for it. but you getting a $20,000 discount. Imagine that. You're getting a $20,000 discount right now. And I'll let you get it for $5,000. Motherfuckers still don't want to jump on it. But oh well. Sooner or later. Because if y'all don't buy this shit now for $4,000 and $5,000, when I do reach my goal and become an international sensation, and I can sell my shit for 30, 40,000, don't come crying like, oh, I should have got one back in the day. Man, Trap was selling his art for like $2, $3,000, $5,000. Now his shit like 40 grand. Like, yeah. So don't hesitate to get some of this shit now. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers already stealing my ideas. That mean I got it. I got that good shit. My shit's so good, other people want to use it. Other people want to take it from me and say it's theirs. That's how good that shit is. Y'all better hop on the bandwagon now, cause when I get knighted as Sir Basquiat, I'm forgetting everybody. I won't remember nobody's name at all. None of y'all. So I'm playing. Me and MJ, we gonna ride this shit out to the end. But everybody else, you who? What's your, Jonathan? I don't know about that. Me and you played on the court together? Because I was practicing a hell of a lot back in the day. I was putting in that work, and I don't remember you from back then. You don't look familiar. I'm sorry. You want an autograph? That'll be... I can sign it for you for like $500, $600. Just my signature. I want $600 for that shit. But hey, we all can't be Picasso. You know what I'm saying? We all can't be Picasso. We can try our best. The main thing is, if you got a passion, stick with that shit, yo. If you good at something, stick with that shit, man. And get better at it until you master that shit. Until you master your craft, your talent, or whatever it is, master that shit. And then once you have it mastered, figure out a way to make money off of it. That's the American dream. Getting paid to do something you actually enjoy doing. You can't beat it. And that way, you will never work a day in your life. If you love what you do for a living, you don't fucking work. It's not work. It's just playtime. Because you actually enjoy it. When I'm in here, it's like this like recess to me. Go outside and play on the playground, kids. That's what it's like when I'm in the studio. This shit is fun. And I can make money off of that shit, yo. You know, they gonna be like, Kehinde Wiley, Tim Akamora, Kadir Nelson, and Travis Prince. I'm like, yes, I made it. You heard that, bro? I was in the lineup with Kadir Nelson, with Amy Sherrill. You know, I want to be with those motherfuckers. With goddamn, what's my other homegirl I like to watch her shit, yo? Sydney James. Yo, she bad as hell. Jordan Castile. I want to be with them motherfuckers, yo. All you gotta do is keep putting that time in, man. Put that time, that work, that effort in there. The Prince's 4 P's. Passion, persistence, practice, and patience. Use them 4 P's, yo. You gotta be patient. You got to. You gotta practice, though. You gotta have a passion for this shit. And be persistent. If you use the Prince's 4 P's, you'll make it some. I don't know where you're gonna make it to, but you'll make it some way. You'll get some way off of that shit, yo. It's working for me. It's working for me. And I ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? So if that shit worked for me, it'll obviously work for somebody else. Passion, patience, practice, and persistence. That shit'll get you where you're going. I'm gonna make a t-shirt. Don't steal that shit, nobody. Damn, I gotta stop talking so much, man. Don't steal my shit. I'm gonna make a t-shirt called Prince's 4 P's. Prince's 4 P's. But look, Instagram. We are on the air. We're live on YouTube right now. We got a couple people in here, man. DJ Jazzy Jazz. and my man the enforcer. So if y'all want to sit around and chill for a little bit longer, man, I done talked for an hour. I need to get these brushes wet and actually start slapping some of this paint on the canvas. The piece I'm currently working on. Ooh, so pretty. Ooh, man. Nudity. You know what I'm saying? Technically, I got it. I can move the brush around. You know what I'm saying? I just need to meet the right people, get in the right circle. It's shit, bro. Everybody know this, yo. It's not what you know, it's who you know. That's how almost everything get done, yo. By who you know. You gotta have a good circle, a tight ass network, or else you ain't getting shit accomplished. Makes me thirsty. But it's looking magnificent. So I'm gonna be in here working on this. Yo, Father 93, what's good, bro? Like I said, if y'all guys want to chill for a little bit longer, I am on YouTube Live. So hit up the YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed, YouTube. I'm about to go to the bathroom. Be right back. I went to the gym this morning. I drank like 2 fucking liters of water at the gym. Then I came home and had a big ass fucking protein shake. I'm gonna be pissing like crazy for the next couple hours. But so yeah, I'm going to focus on the YouTube stream for a while. So if you guys do want to chill for a little minute, definitely hit up the YouTube channel, and I will be in there. Ah, yes. I feel much relieved now. All right. Okay. I got to paint, guys. I got to paint for a little while. This shit might be boring to most of y'all, and y'all will leave the stream. I understand that. People just want to hear me talk. I get that, you know. I like to hear myself talk too. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, messages and emails. me check these. So nobody don't be like, oh, I messaged you like hours ago. Like, I checked all my shit. Plus, I was in the fucking studio. So, I had to pay my gas bill this morning. I look at my gas bill, and like one little tear just came out my eyes. I couldn't even stop that motherfucker. I just look at that shit like, why does it cost so much to stay warm in the wintertime? Cold as shit, nigga. My gas bill sky high. Damn, bro. Gas bill too high, man. Might have to pull out them more space heaters. It's fucking, that shit tight as shit on my damn wrist. It's brand new, that's why. A little hair tie, man. When them shit's brand new, them shits be super scrunchy.
Internet. It hasn't been updated at all, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
All right, let me
It's
finish
it's,
this.
It's so bonkers.
And then I'll
we sit
start
around and we wait for this magical day in November where we're gonna all fix it, and we all know that it's not gonna get fixed, and it's just a weird place to be in where everyone's aware that there's an issue and no one's fixing it.
When I look at this upcoming election, I have no idea, right?
Right.
And you know, I had a pretty good idea who was going to win in 2016, just like everyone else. I figured, oh, of course, you know, Hillary Clinton's going to win this
I
thing.
didn't.
You knew?
I talked about it in my
One of the
comedy
early
special.
ones. Yeah.
I talked about it in Triggered, my Netflix special from 2016. I'm like, he's that close.
Oh,
You guys, I go, President Trump could be a real thing because I was going across the country and doing these gigs all over the place, and like these people are angry. They're angry at liberals. They're angry at people that are, you know, forcing policies that they don't agree with, whether it's social policies or economic policies. There's so many people that thought that Bernie Sanders was going to steal all their money.
Well,
it was just, I was seeing it. I was like, he might win.
Every time someone said, oh, if you believe in border security, you're a racist.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, if you believe in border security, you're a racist.
So that makes Obama a racist.
Yeah. So, but all those people that heard that, like, I'm not a racist. What are you talking about? I'm voting for Trump.
Right, exactly.
And that is what happened.
100%.
It's still what's happening.
100%.
Yeah.
It's still playing out right now. You know,
Yes.
where people are saying exactly that if you believe in secure borders, then you must be anti-immigrant and you must be a racist. And vice versa. You know, they look at the opposite side and make the opposing argument rather than taking that sensible approach and saying, hey, how about we secure our borders using the most effective and cost-efficient means possible and update our immigration laws so that they are humane and that they actually serve the interests of our country, our economy, our families, education, and so on and so forth. I mean, this is something that, yeah, Republicans and Democrats, if you just sit down and have the conversation, say, oh yeah, well, I actually agree with that. Like you're saying, like, okay.
Yeah, but the Mexican-American War is when they took Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and Southern California. All that shit was literally Mexico. And we extended our borders down. And now we got a new borderline that's been there for centuries, but still is like, that's the only conflict that I have with borders is like, it was so much bloodshed just for the Europeans to take this fucking land and claim it as theirs. And it's only been this way for roughly 300 years. That's not a long time when you look at fucking China and Japan, even France. These motherfuckers been around for thousands of years. Like, but what the Europeans accomplished with America in just a couple of centuries, that shit is crazy. And now the European American feels entitled to this land so much. They feel so entitled, and they feel like it is truly, truly, truly their land because they conquered it. They conquered it by killing all the natives, all the indigenous people, and it's like, it's mine now. It's like, okay, I guess. But then we know too that the Europeans always have an agenda to whiten any country. They only want expats to come in. They only want immigrants from European countries to come here. And you know, when we talk about illegal immigration and border control, we always assume that it's brown people coming from Mexico or motherfucking exiles coming from Cuba or Guatemala or wherever, you know what I'm saying? But when you look at the statistics of how many illegal Russian immigrants are in this country, it's in the tens of thousands. How many illegal European immigrants are still in this country illegally because their visas or their student pass or whatever expired years ago and they're still fucking here? And how many people, how many illegal Swedens are in this country? And nobody don't give a fuck about that shit, yo. Nobody don't really talk about other European immigrants that are illegally living in this country. But we want to focus on all the brown people and make sure we keep the Mexicans and the Muslims out. Yeah, and people from Spain, like real Spanish people, they look white. They're Europeans. Italians are Europeans. People from Greece and Rome and these, even Asians. And there are tens of thousands of illegal immigrants from European nations and Asian nations, and nobody ever talks about that shit. It's only, you know, let's put a ban on Muslim countries so they can't come into the country. Let's build a border wall so the Mexicans can't cross over the border. It's like I don't get it. So I really do understand secure borders and immigration policies, because I can't just get a plane ticket to fucking Italy and go to Italy and get a job and buy a house and just live there. I can't do that without some type of formal paperwork and being going through the process of becoming an Italian citizen. You can't do that in any country. So why should you be able to do it in America? You shouldn't really be able to do it here. I have, you know, major issues with the history and the formation of this country. I guess everybody plays by a certain set of rules now, and you know, boundaries have been established, and motherfuckers have militaries in order to keep those boundaries and borders. And so you're either gonna follow the rules and regulations of a nation to become a citizen legally, or you're not. Oh hell yeah! Like every nation has a town. You got little Italy, you got Chinatown, you got motherfucking the Russian area sections. You got the Hasidic Jews always have their little fucking communities in every fucking city. You know what I'm saying? And how many of these people in these ethnic communities are legal citizens here in this country? Because if Ching Wong Chong owns 2 restaurants and a dry cleaners, and he brings his nephew and his 2 cousins from China to come over here and work with him, they got jobs. They're gonna have housing. Nobody don't know these motherfuckers here. But, and that's something else too. Like you say, these Chinatowns and little Italys and all these places are by nature segregated communities. They purposely segregate themselves off from everybody else, and they have their own economic system within their community, their own housing, their own education. We don't want the homeless here. They're not good for business. We don't want homeless shelters too close to our communities. But that's why black people will always be disrespected, and that's why we'll always be at the bottom of the economic totem pole, is because we don't have our own communities. And we don't spend money with ourselves and let our dollars circulate through our community several times before we go spend it with somebody else. And them fucking Asians and Spanish people, man, them motherfuckers spend money with themselves all fucking day before they go spend money with somebody else. But that's what we don't understand, yo, is common unity. Every other ethnic group of people, they have a common unity. They want to unify in order to be financially stable, and they all have this in common. They have a common unity, a community. And niggas still don't get that shit though. We gotta unify on something. We all have to agree on what do we actually want as a group, as a ethnic and economic group. We need to come together and have a common unity and build a community, and then motherfuckers will respect us differently. And now, everywhere. Now they everywhere. But that's because on a major level, we have been taught not to organize. We haven't been taught how to organize. And when we get leaders who teach us how to organize, they kill these motherfuckers. And so everybody can look at the black community and be like, y'all niggas don't do nothing, y'all don't produce shit, y'all just always fighting and black on black crime and black on black violence and this and that and blah 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 blah. And why is it like that? Because you guys are just savages, you're criminal, you have criminal tendencies, and you're just thugs and drug dealers. But who taught us all this shit? You know what I'm saying? And then when we do get good, strong leaders who are organizers and motivators, and start to effectively make a change in their community by showing their people how easy it is to have a common unity, you kill these motherfuckers. Marcus Garvey, put that bitch in jail. Put him in jail, you know? W.E.B. Du Bois, blackball him. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking Martin Luther King, killed his ass. Stokely Carmichael tried to kill him. He had to get away and move outside the country. Malcolm X, y'all killed that motherfucker. Huey P. Newton, killed him. Fred Hampton, y'all killed him. You know what I'm saying? Every time we do get a good leader who started that organization, bro, and start organizing, it's too fearful. You know what I'm saying? Because if the black community ever have enough power and integrity to stand on our own and determine things for ourselves, then we might do to others what others have done to us. And that is the deepest psychological, subconscious fear of all Europeans in America. It is there, whether they know it or not. If they have a little bit of understanding of history, they know it deep down in their fucking bones that if we can't control the black population, they may one day do to us what we did to them. Gotta keep them down. Can't ever let them organize. We can't ever never have another Malcolm X. We can't ever have another Nelson Mandela. Get these motherfuckers some mumble rap. Let's get that gay agenda out there. Take their masculinity away from them, and let's keep them stupid and impoverished. Oh, you had a black president? No, we've never had a black president. Never. Shit's changing. You got a black president. No. I disagree.
Really good point. Maybe we should do it this way, maybe we should do it that way, but if we can agree on the objective, then we can have the meaningful conversation about how to get there, rather than continuing what we are doing, where we have not seen an update to our immigration laws for decades. I think since Reagan, actually, we have not seen a comprehensive immigration reform, which we so desperately need. And it's because, honestly, both sides are so busy throwing crap at each other and arrows at each other, because it's about partisanship and getting the political win rather than actually solving the problem. It's the difference.
It's easy to cry racism when you look at the difference between the border of Mexico and the border of Canada. Because the border of Canada is like a giant landing strip. They're like, come on through. It's just woods, and then there's a huge gap in the woods. It's like the opposite of a fence. It's like, we're going to make it easier for you to cross. We're going to show you where the line is. Have you seen the border? You've seen the border of Canada?
Yeah, but
it's hilarious.
You put the economy in Canada is not going to force people to try and get to America.
It's pretty nice up there.
Yeah.
That's the issue, right? And the real issue is there's parts of the world, whatever you want to use, third world, whatever phrase you want to use, there's parts of the world economically where if you're born there, you're kind of screwed. It's really hard to get by.
Yeah.
It's really hard. If you're living in a poor community in Mexico that's run by the cartel, what a shit roll of the dice.
Yeah.
You got a bad hand of cards. That's what it is. And until that gets balanced out, which traditionally takes centuries, right, for close nearby countries to sort of, for everything to even out, especially when the politics are so different between Mexico and the United States. And Mexico is just insanely corrupt. Sorry, Mexico. But you saw what happened with Chapo's son. He gets arrested by
And they go
the
gun
Mexican
yo.
military, and then the cartels force them to release him, and they're like, all right, can't take him back. Sorry.
Yeah.
We'll figure this out later.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's something that, that
Not just force them to release him. These motherfuckers got in a shootout, yo. Cause El Chapo's son got caught. El Chapo brother got the squad together and had a shootout with the Mexican police. Busting at these motherfuckers, and the cops was like, okay, let him go, let this motherfucker go, man. It's too much, man. It's too much shit going on. Motherfucker bodies dropping. They in a neighborhood, yo, like a residential neighborhood, busting at the cops. Fuck you. Give him back. Let his ass go. I think that's how niggas need to do in the hoods with police, yo. They get police who never live in these communities to come and police these communities, and it's brutal tactics that they use, brutal tactics. Motherfuckers should just bust at the cops. Fuck it, call the SWAT, nigga. Call the SWAT. We all going down today. Do that shit a couple times, they'll fucking learn, yo. Yeah, it's your job to police the community, but you ain't gotta be a brutal ass bootlicking tyrant out here with all these fucking dumbass excuses for harassing people. And I have a couple of homies who are police officers, and they know how I feel, man. For my overall opinion about police in general, I feel like you should only police the community you live in.
You don't live here, you can't patrol these streets as a peace officer. You cannot patrol these streets as a peace officer if you do not live in this community. You do not know these people. You don't understand their day-to-day lives and what they're going through, so you don't need to fucking come through here with guns and shit. Get the fuck out of here. We don't have enough black police officers because you don't hire enough black police officers. All you do is hire race warriors who feel like they have to kill a black man to solidify their loyalty to their little gang. And I honestly think that's why a lot of black kids get shot and killed so easily, is because these officers are gang members. They're a part of this race warrior Ku Klux Klan infiltration. Well, not even infiltration, because police are actually slave catchers, and that's how the police force started, from slave catchers. But in order for your squads and your partners and your teammates to know that you are loyal to the cause, that you are a dedicated race warrior, you have to kill a black person. And they do that shit all the fucking time. And it always these rookie cops and this and that. Like, bro, you know what the fuck you was doing. You know what the fuck you was doing. That's how they earn their fucking stripes, yo. That's how they get that trust. Oh, we can trust him. 2 weeks ago, you remember that traffic stop that we did, and the passenger got shot dead? Yeah, he did that, so we can trust him.
The kind of change and the rooting out of corruption reforms that can only happen organically within Mexico.
Could you imagine, Jocko, as a military man, a situation like that happening in the United States, where some cartel forces its military to release a prisoner?
No.
Could you imagine?
No.
Could you imagine the backlash? There's so many rednecks that would just spending all day filling cartridges. I mean, it would be
the militia will rise up.
Oh my God! Yeah, you want to find out what the Second Amendment's really for? If that ever took place in this country, if there was ever a situation in this country where we felt like we were really overrun by a cartel, where they were taking over cities, like what's going on in Mexico, it would be. You would understand how rapidly independent this country really is.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and even, when you talk about people that are living down in Mexico that wanted to come here, it's like, you feel for them because they got a bad deal. But a lot of the people that are trying to come here are MS-13 gangsters looking to come up here and whatever.
No, it's not.
More money to be made.
No, it's not.
Illegal activities.
Yeah, if you could throw the Wonder Woman lasso of truth around them and find out what they're really all about, that would be great.
That would be awesome.
We can't really do that. If you're just poor and you want to make it, hey, come on in. You're a hard worker. Excellent. So are my grandparents. Come on in. Mm-hmm. But it's just the idea that we should all have open borders and everybody should be able to go anywhere. Like,
yeah.
Boy, there's a lot of people that you don't want coming here, and it probably should be a good idea to check people for criminal history and violent pasts, and see if you're a member of the cartel or you sneak into Mexico.
And there are just, I think there are practical limitations. Even if you said, okay, well, we want to welcome anybody and everybody in the world who is suffering and who is in need of help or a better life to come to the United States. It's just not realistic. We don't have the resources as a country to be able to do that. When like here in LA, I was on Skid Row about a month or two ago, visiting there. The homeless crisis in Hawaii is the worst per capita of any state in the country. It's something that's affecting both urban cities and rural communities across the country. We have almost 80 million people who are uninsured and underinsured in this country, who can't get the medicine they need, and who are literally driving their kid to Mexico to buy insulin because they have diabetes and they can't afford to get the medicine here at home. We got a lot of issues and a lot of challenges that we've got to deal with. And my view is we've got to be pragmatic and practical in how we are seeing the situation, looking at what our objective is and how does that best serve the people of this country, and then figure out, okay, what's the best way for us
Tamar Rice
to get there. And I think that's what's unfortunately lost in this.
killed his ass in 2.2 seconds. There's a black kid out there playing with a gun. Pull up on him, skirt, pow, pow, pow. Literally pulled up, opened the door, and blasted. And then later that year, somebody called the cops on 2 white kids in a park playing with a gun. There's some kids out here playing with a gun. Police roll up. They parked at a safe distance. Walked over to the kids. Hey kids, what are you guys doing? Nothing. Can you come talk to me for a minute? Yes, sir. What is that? It's a BB gun. Okay, well you got some people out here scared. They thought it was a real gun, so I don't think you guys should be playing in the park with this gun. And that situation was completely different, yo. How you walk up on 2 white kids and question them what they're doing, but you roll up and you shoot at a 12-year-old black kid? It's to get that stripe, yo, to get that credit. Like, yeah, I killed that little motherfucker. I'm in a gang now, right? Y'all trust me now, right? That's all that shit is, yo. They gotta kill for the cause. Them race warriors. They gotta get them bodies. So their teammates will trust them. Oh yeah, I listen to Joe Rogan a lot, yo. I listen to Joe Rogan a lot.
Atmosphere, whether you're talking about what's going on in Washington and the media or what's going on in Twitter, where you have these extremes, you have this rush to judgment, and people aren't taking the time both to sit down and first try to understand the problem. Like, this goes back to like military decision-making process 101. First, you got to understand the problem, right? You're trying to solve, come up with what's the objective, make sure it's achievable, and then build your plan and then execute. That just doesn't happen these days because it's more about calling the other guys' names or, having this race on. This happens all the time. There's like something happens in the news for the political candidates running for president. It's who can get their tweet out the fastest on the issue. We saw this recently with the situation in Syria with the Kurds. And who can get the tweet out the fastest? People are asking me like, hey, what do you have to say? What do you have to say? And like, I'm trying to understand the situation first. I'm actually trying to understand what happened and why we are in the situation that we're in. Once I do that, I'll let you know what I think.
And that was another one of those end of the world scenarios that unfolded. Trump pulled the troops out of that area, and it was like, oh, the world's going to end. And look, there was some bad stuff that happened. I get it. Some ISIS some ISIS terrorists, murderers escaped. I got that. Some Kurds were killed. Like, some bad stuff happened, but it wasn't the end of the world. And one thing, I was at my second deployment to Iraq. We started doing counterinsurgency operations instead of counter-terrorist operations. So we changed our strategy. And as we did this, we were starting to kill a decent amount of bad guys, of these insurgents. So a few weeks go by, and I got a message from up in my chain of command, and they're like, hey, Jocko, we get that you're doing these missions, but right now we're not seeing any changes in the metrics as far as enemy attacks that are happening, right? And luckily I had read the counterinsurgency manual that was written by General Petraeus, and part of that explains that the average counterinsurgency takes 7 years to work itself out, right? And so I said, hey, boss, the average counterinsurgency takes 7 years to flush itself out. It's only been 3 weeks. Can I get some more time here to work through this? And he's like, okay, yeah, makes sense. But my point is, it's the same thing here. We think that some news event, that we can fully understand a news event within 1 hour of it happening.
Right.
We don't have any understanding. You need to let these things develop and see where the actual long-term effects are. We can't be snapping judgments and making radical decisions or split decisions when we have to actually assess what is really going on. And so the press, for sure, is like snap decision, snap decision, snap decision. And you can see it's comical to flip back and forth between the left-wing media and the right-wing media. And one of them's the greatest decision ever, and the other one's the most horrible thing that's ever happened. And there you go. And no one can even make an assessment of what just happened because it only happened 14 minutes ago.
Right.
How about we see where it plays out?
It's about being first rather than actually being accurate and presenting the American people with, here's what has gone on. You can form your own opinion, you can form your own conclusion, but here's the course of events that took place, A, B, C, D, and E, and that's exactly what we're missing in most of the time.
Well, I think it's what we were talking about earlier. I think we're poisoned by this desire to have our information fed to us very quickly, and the fact that there's so much information coming at us. We don't have enough time to sit back and read a manual on how long it takes counterinsurgency efforts to be fruition, to reach fruition.
All this shit is
The
systematic.
fact that that's hitting you in the military, that you would think that the most pragmatic, the most disciplined people that understand the long game, that are playing 3D chess, those are the people that you would want telling people like you what you can and can't do. The fact that that kind of thinking is even filtering down to special ops groups is crazy.
Well, what's nice is we do have decentralized command inside the military. So when I'm telling my boss this is what's going on, my boss isn't like, shut up and do what I told you to do. My boss is like, okay, makes sense, explain it to me. Okay, got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Move forward. That's a very positive thing in the military. Everyone thinks that the military is this rigid, structured way where you just obey the chain of command and you don't veer from that at all. But if my boss tells me to do something that doesn't make any sense, I'm going to say, hey, boss, this actually is a bad plan. We should do it a different way. And if I have a good boss, my boss says, oh, okay, I didn't see that angle. And that's another thing that, when Tulsi's talking about how politicians, we come up with a plan and then we start executing the plan, guess what? Once you start executing a plan, some other things are going to come to light, right? And you as a leader have to say, hey, you know what? We started executing this. It's going pretty good, but I didn't foresee this happening. I'm making an adjustment. Here it is. Here's what we're going to do, and I'm going to wait for that feedback to come to me. The problem is people are so insecure or / their ego is so big that I'm just going to stick with the same plan no matter everyone else is dumb. No, you just need to sit through. It's like, no, actually we need to make some changes.
Because they are afraid of saying, hey, my initial assessment might have been inaccurate or wrong.
Yeah.
And I think that also just points to the bigger point for the political leadership, the civilian leadership that sets the policy that the military executes is so often lacks that foresight and that planning of actually looking, okay, if we pursue course of action A, we call it here will be the second, third, fourth order of effects, right? Here's how, the enemy or the opponent is likely to react, or here's how other actors are likely to react to our action. So we can try to anticipate that, and then we can, okay, this is how we would respond, this is how they're likely to respond, and actually go through this so that we don't end up in the situation that we too often find ourselves in, where you're like, all right, here's the mission, guys, go for it. And then you, whether it's a week or a month or a year later, like, hey, how the hell do we find ourselves here? It's like you failed as leaders, the leaders of our country, failed to ask those questions about, what happens next? After we go in and topple Saddam Hussein and we completely obliterate the entire Iraqi military, what actually happens next? What will be the consequences to this? What will be the cost to our troops, our military? What will be the cost to the Iraqi people? What will be the cost to American taxpayers? Is the objective? Do we know what the objective is? Is it achievable? What's our end state and exit strategy? When you look back, and I've seen this throughout my 7 years in Congress, sitting on the Foreign Affairs Committee, sitting on the Armed Services Committee, where we're questioning and providing oversight over the Department of Defense and Department of State, asking leaders these questions, and when we're not given answers or given ambiguous answers, or things like, I asked Secretary Mattis once in a hearing about how Al-Qaeda has gotten so strong in Syria to where, right now they control an entire city. The entire city of Idlib is controlled by Al-Qaeda. And I asked him at that time, I said, well, why aren't we going after Al-Qaeda in Syria in a very serious and concerted way? And his answer was, well, it's complicated. It's complicated. And it's frustrating to say the least, but I think it's been a very it's been a very clear window into the lack of foresight and good judgment and just the ability to look at these challenges and situations with that basic understanding in a non-emotional way, and understand what's the objective cost and consequences before we launch this action.
I want to talk about something you brought up briefly earlier about the media being sort of cheerleaders for a lot of these wars or a lot of these military actions. What do you think that happens because this ensures that they get access? Do you think it happens because conflict is good for their business? Do you think it happens because if they don't act as cheerleaders, they don't get access to the leaders and to the important politicians and military leaders?
I think that the underlying driver is that conflict is good for ratings.
That's crazy that is their decision how to cover things.
And it's the war machine, that they're a part of, and that they're driving that they are a driving force for. I think that there have been reports. I think over time, I think you had Matt Taibbi here recently, where you've got journalists who are more, or even papers who are more interested in covering for their CIA relationships rather than actually bringing forward a story that the truth that the American people deserve to hear. I think there are other factors there that drive the media really playing a heavily influential and dangerous force in continuing to push this warmongering narrative that is, it's costly in an immeasurable way.
Well, the coverage is so influential, and that influence it changes the way people accept or don't accept things that are happening internationally. When there's what was do you remember when there was a time when Obama had talked about attacking Syria and doing something with it?
That was in 2013.
The entire country was like, fuck you. Like it was huge.
That was my first year in Congress.
It was one of the biggest rejections of an idea global or nationally that I've ever seen. And then he kind of backed off it. Mm-hmm. It was like, oh, okay.
I think that was one of the most brave decisions that he made, to back off from it, where he actually, he didn't take that position in that example of just kind of being the obstinate, stubborn, no, here's what I said, and he drew this red line, and I'm not going to go back on it no matter what. No, he did. I think he listened to the American people, and ultimately he chose diplomacy.
Well, this is an area where people have been critical of you, is your position on Syria and the fact that you had met with Assad, and this is something that gets brought up. And again, it gets brought up in these little soundbite things that are seeking to define you without any nuance or any complexity. It's trying to let this little tiny sentence or two define your position, and then they can repeat that to other people without really knowing what they're talking about.
Yeah.
What is your position on Syria and Assad? And how did all this conflict and all this weirdness with you in the subject begin?
I think it goes back to, again, the opposition that comes towards me from the political establishment, the corporate media and the military-industrial complex, because of the leadership and the voice that I've been bringing, calling for an end to regime change wars. Whether we're talking about the one in Iraq, Libya, and in Syria.
Libya?
Look, my choice,
Okay, the regime change wars. So they took Saddam out of Iraq. Libya, they took, they assassinated Muammar Gaddafi from Libya, and now they want to get Assad from Syria. Why? Why do they want these leaders taken out and want to have a regime change? Because these are some of the few countries left that do not have a European central bank dictating their economy. Saddam did not have European bankers saying what the fuck he can do with his country and his oil reserves. Gaddafi did not have European bankers telling him what he can do with his country and his gold deposits. And Assad is the same way. Fuck you, Europeans. You're not going to control us. in any country, Middle Eastern, African, whatever it is, if you don't play with them central banks, you're gonna be a terrorist producing nation or whatever, yo. And that's one of the main driving factors with these countries that America doesn't like, is because they can't install central banks in order to manipulate their economy and their currency.
Will always be towards diplomacy, because if we lack the courage to meet with both adversaries and friends in the pursuit of our own national security and peace, the only alternative is war. That's the way it is. So I will always choose to maximize all diplomatic means and measures and talks and negotiations to further our interests of peace and national security, recognizing that war should always be resort, if necessary.
Now, is this very difficult for people to understand, that these things are insanely messy, and you saying that you would always lean towards diplomacy does not mean you support dictators?
No.
But that's exactly the way they frame it.
Yeah.
But if you look at the famous Hillary Clinton speech after Gaddafi was killed, we saw he died, and she was laughing. Libya is a failed state now. They have slaves that they're auctioning off on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, you could watch slave auctions that someone filmed with their camera on their phone, and they upload it to YouTube. Libya's gone. I mean, it's a chaotic place right now.
Yeah.
It wasn't good when Gaddafi was running Libya, but it wasn't as bad as it is now. So the idea that supporting Gaddafi is supporting a dictatorship and you're a monster for supporting him, like, maybe not, because it's kind of worse now because the world is a very messy place.
And it's not even a matter of quote unquote supporting. It's just saying, hey, we're not going to come in and overthrow you and your government. And I think that's the thing. That's the issue here, and the contradiction when people are criticizing me for exercising diplomacy and calling for an end to the regime change war that we've been waging in Syria since 2011. But then they'll say, oh, well, of course I was against overthrowing Saddam Hussein in Iraq, right? There's no intellectual, there's no consistency there. And I think the issue with Libya that so often gets overlooked is, again, we look at what will the consequences be of these regime change wars. You said, I mean, Libya is a completely failed state. There are more terrorist organizations and strongholds in Libya now than there ever were before when Gaddafi was there. The people of Libya are suffering far more now than they were before. We also see this other effect on our own national security, where our regime change war policy has undermined our ability to negotiate with Kim Jong-un in North Korea towards denuclearization. You have the leaders of North Korea time and time again have said, hey, look, we're developing nuclear weapons as the only deterrent that'll work against the United States coming in and overthrowing our government. Said it over and over and over again. And they've pointed to examples like Libya, saying that, well, you guys are saying you want to come in and negotiate with us to get rid of our nuclear weapons. You told Gaddafi the same thing. You said, hey, Gaddafi, get rid of your nuclear weapons program.
And he did.
Leave you alone. And then you went in and overthrew Gaddafi. Why will this be any different with us? And then you got John Bolton as then the national security director for Trump, going on television or giving speeches saying, yeah, you know, we're going to approach North Korea with the Libya model. He said that. And so when we wonder, like, hey, why aren't these? And I think Trump was right, and I've said it publicly. Trump is right to have direct negotiations with Kim Jong-un, but he hasn't gotten anywhere, and you've got to look at why. And this is one of the reasons why. Continuing to say, hey, no, we're not going to overthrow you and your government, Kim Jong-un, but on the other hand, you're continuing the policies that directly undermine your ability to make that agreement that'll hold and that'll stay. And as a result, now, you know, we have North Korea that's nuclear weapons program is continuing to escalate. Their capabilities are continuing to grow, and it poses a threat not only to, you know, my folks in Hawaii, the people of Hawaii, given our proximity to North Korea, but their capabilities now, they're extending across the West Coast, they're extending across the country, posing a very direct existential threat to our country and to our people. So you see how that decision that was made about Libya, these decisions that are ongoing, you see they're pulling out of the Iran nuclear agreement. North Korea says, hey, you guys made an agreement with them, you got a different president elected, he tore up that agreement, why should we think that's going to be any different with us? So these policy decisions that are being made are very directly connected in having the effect ultimately of undermining our national security and making the American people less safe.
I'll tell you, I think a couple things come up from just kind of on what you're saying, and this is kind of my perspective on it. When we talk about,
now his perspective is a white male's perspective who is ex-military, so I don't know, man. I really don't like the military. Gabbert, she was in the military, and that's why I really want to listen to her too. But if you choose a career path where you're a trained fucking killer, probably not gonna listen to you too much. And you say, well, my country trained me to kill people for freedom. It's like, no. And that's what I'm listening to Tulsi more and more, and she's like, just let's try to use diplomacy. Let's just talk this shit out. We don't agree with what the fuck you're doing, but it's your country. It's your own country with your own borders, your own constitution, your own culture, your own religion, and everything else. Can we talk about this thing and let's see how everybody can live a little bit better lives? And I would always go towards diplomacy as well. So she make a lot of sense saying that. And then plus when you look, once again, when you look at these countries that are depicted as hostile places with extreme dictators, why are these places like this? And it's because they don't want to play ball with the European empire, and so they have high taxes and sanctions and all these shits placed on them, and other countries telling them you can't develop this part of your science, whether it be nuclear weapons or whatever. And European countries think that they have to dictate their beliefs and ideologies to every other country in the fucking world. And if you don't agree with what we're saying, we're going to call you nasty names and make the rest of the world think that you're a bad place and that your leaders are dictators and you should be taken out of power. Oh, it was real bad when Gaddafi was in there, but it's even worse now. Yeah, but Joe, you just said that even Mexico is because of the cartels and all this shit. And if you're born in Mexico in some little ass town, some rural town somewhere with cartel control, you got dealt a shitty hand. But when you look into the history of why Mexico is the way it is, and it's all because of the illegal drug trade, which was mostly pillared by Americans because we wanted all of their good drugs. We wanted their good cocaine and opium and all of that shit. And so, yeah, they built an economic stronghold on the drug trade. Just like the opium wars of back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers went to war over that goddamn opium. So when you look at countries and the way countries are, and then, like, once again, America has such a bloody and disgusting history that this country should not be able to fucking talk shit or dictate any kind of democratic policies to another fucking nation. Oh, well, we're the greatest nation in the world. Yes, because we have become a war machine since World War II, or the so-called World War II. And we only use military might and war power in order to maintain as much control over American interest in other countries. So I really do hate listening to Americans talk shit about other countries and other country leaders and dictators or whatever, because this place right here has a fucking terrible, terrible history. So don't talk shit about other countries, because your shit is not fucking good, and we can't even solve a lot of our own social issues and woes here, let alone try to solve other motherfucking issues abroad in countries with completely different fucking cultures. So after Tulsi just finished speaking on why she met with Assad and how she'd rather take diplomacy over war, and we should only use war as the very last resort. And now Joe has this other guy on. He's ex-military. He still looks like one of those military guys anyway. But let's see what he says. Well, my thoughts on that is, what are your thoughts on it, bro?
When you go in somewhere, you've got to know what the end state is. You got to know what you got to know where you're going and when you're going to leave. You got to have an exit strategy. What's really hard about that is we don't necessarily know, and war is so unpredictable that you may, there's a chance that you went in and killed Gaddafi, and then all of a sudden some benevolent person steps up, and all of a sudden you've got this flourishing democracy. Okay, what are the chances of that? No, very small, but you don't know that it's going to go into this completely failed state. You have high hopes. Maybe your intel people are saying you this. It's like when we did the Bay of Pigs. All the Cubans in America were like, yep, as soon as you guys hit the beaches, all the Cubans are going to be on our side. It's going to be good to go. All the Cubans that supported America were in America. Yeah. We showed up there and they were like, what are you doing? Yeah. No, this is our country. So we don't necessarily know where we're going to go, which means you've got to have, once again, like the open mind to say, oh, this isn't going the way we thought it was going to go. How are we going to adjust right now to prevent this from getting worse? Which means what you really have to do is, prior to intervening in other countries, you have to assess what sacrifices you are willing to make to get the result that is positive. And those could be massive. I always talk about, if you're going to go to war, you've got to have the will. And that will comes in two forms. Number one is the will to kill. Because when you go to war, you are going to be killing people. You're going to be killing the enemy, and you're going to be killing civilians. And that's not what we're trying to do. And believe me, the U.S. military goes through great lengths to prevent that from happening. But it is going to happen. It's war. So you have to be willing to kill. You have to be willing to have that happen. And you have to be willing to die, because when you go to war, there's going to be American kids that are not going to come home. And so you have to have those two wills. That's before you go in. So you can't look at it and say, well, we can go into Libya, we can move this guy, and probably it'll turn out okay, so we don't have to worry about what the sacrifices are going to be. Another thing to think about, when we went to war, when we went to World War II, World War I,
are you getting all emotional and shit? You have to have the will to kill, and you have to be ready to die. Duh. That's what it's for. But why? And to stop all of that, just don't go to fucking war. Don't glorify it so much that motherfuckers are signing up trying to protect American freedom. Like, that's not what the fuck you're doing. War is now corporation based. It is resource based. It is economically based. And if you don't share your resources with us, we're going to come fucking stomp you out and take that shit. If you don't want to back us in the military or coup, we're going to come stomp you out. Take that shit. American interest. War? Before you go to war, first of all, you have to be ready to kill. Kill enemies and civilians, because that shit is gonna happen. Nah, I think you want that shit to happen. I still don't understand, like, why people still sign up for the fucking military, yo. Go do something else, homie. I hate listening to people trying to justify war and why we should go to war. Like, no wars ever make sense to me. And now he's gonna go back to like, oh, just like World War II, and say what about World War II? That it was a bullshit ass war, just like every other fucking war. And once again, that's where America fucking solidified itself as a military power. And from then on, the only way we can maintain a level of respect globally is by having permanent military installations placed all around the world, controlling other countries and occupying these nations to let them know, like, don't fuck with America because we will blow you up. We already dropped 2 bombs. You already dropped them atom bombs, and we got nukes now, so y'all don't want to fuck with us. We're America. From here on out, we in charge, okay? Okay, everybody? All right, so listen up. You need to stop your nuclear programs. But you got nukes. Yeah, I know we have nukes, and we're going to be the only nation with nukes. Because we're the fucking empire. We're the only people who can have this destructive power. We have a monopoly on violence. You cannot use violence. You can't use violence, but we can. We're going to kill you to show you that killing people is wrong.
Those kids, 18 years old, 17 years old, those kids went to war until the war was over. They went on deployment. Like now, you know, in the Navy, in the Marine Corps, it's a 6-7 month deployment. In the Army, sometimes it's a 14-month deployment, and then they're going to rotate back to the States. In World War II, it was like, oh, cool. Yeah, we're at war. You'll be home when it's over. So 5 years, 4 years. If that was our attitude going into the war, this is so important to us that Johnny is going to get on a ship and he's going to sail to the Pacific. And if he comes home, it's going to be in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. That's what we're talking about. That's the level of commitment we have. So when we start looking at going into other countries, we need to start thinking, okay, what level of commitment do we really have to make this successful? And like, even when I look at Iraq, you know, I was in Iraq, I fought in Iraq. From a granular perspective, being on the ground, Battle of Ramadi, 2006, the citizens of Ramadi, almost citizens of Ramadi, were overjoyed that we were there. And it was like we were angels to go there and help them get rid of these heinous Al-Qaeda insurgents, which eventually became ISIS. Unfortunately, you know, we did a great job. Ramadi was the model of counterinsurgency.
They thought we were angels. We came in there and they loved it. You know what? If I wish another country would invade America and take out all the white supremacy groups and all the KKK groups and all this shit, and probably take out some of the political individuals as well. And I would look at them motherfuckers as angels too. You know what? Y'all, you are a blessing in disguise. Thank you for coming over here and taking out all these fucking hateful ass people. Of course you're going to have people on both sides of the spectrum. Because if another country came over here and started doing that shit, some people would not like that. But some people would. So don't make it seem like, oh, everybody was in consensus that, oh, the Americans are our saviors. You know, our white knights in shining armor came and took out our evil dictator to help us. Like, that's not the consensus of everybody. And that's why you have the rebel soldiers, because they don't want you in their fucking country. They're going to make IEDs and try to blow you the fuck up to get you the fuck out of their country because you're not from there. And they don't want you fucking there. So I hate when these soldiers make it seem like, oh, people always think they're the good guys. No, motherfuckers don't always think you're the fucking good guys. And you're not. You're never the good guys in any way that I look at it. Like, as soon as a soldier, I think soldiers are good guys if they stay here on the mainland and protect the mainland from being invaded. That's a good soldier. As soon as you start going to someone else's country and rolling around in tanks and killing their civilians, ain't shit good about that. And I would never say, oh, well, they thought we were angels. No, the fuck they didn't, bro. 2006, the Battle of Ramadi. The people there, man, whatever, man. The people secretly probably hate your fucking guts. And if they were a little bit braver, throw a Molotov cocktail at your ass. Get the fuck out of our country.
For about 7 years, and it was less violent than many cities in America, and I had great pride and at least understood the sacrifices, my friends that were killed, my friends that never came home, my friends that won't get to have kids,
that were killed, my friends
right? All that, they gave all that.
See, he keeps getting too emotional. My friends that didn't come home. My friends that will never have kids. Oh, make your point, bro. What's your point? You keep trying to pull on heartstrings and shit because that's all you can do because you kill people for a living. So you got to make people feel like, you know, you're not a murderer. I'm not a murderer. I didn't murder anyone. I was fighting for your freedom. I fought those people for your freedom. And I had friends who died over there, and they'll never have kids. Yeah, dead people can't have kids. We know this. Stop trying to be fucking so emotional with it. What's your fucking point, bro?
I was able to look around and say, you know what? These folks in this foreign country, they have an opportunity for freedom. Fortunately, because of politics and whatever, we said, okay, you know what? We're not staying there. We're going to leave. As soon as we left, everybody that had been on the ground in Iraq was like, this is probably not a good idea. This is probably not a good idea to bail out right now. We don't need to leave a massive force there, but, you know, if we leave a few, we leave a couple brigades worth of men, then, we'll probably be able to handle any problems that happen. Well, we didn't. We left completely, and those insurgents that were there, they were like little embers, and they started to get fired up again. And then the next thing you know, you had ISIS. And by the way, ISIS marched back into Ramadi, and the reports we got from people on the ground that we knew was that ISIS came in, and anyone that had worked with coalition forces at any level, they would murder the whole family. There's about 500 families that were completely murdered.
No, well, you a snitch.
So
snitches get stitches. And you do the same thing to Americans. I don't understand why they making this shit seem like I don't know.
These things.
I hate these military dudes,
We have to be very sure about what we're gonna do. We have to recognize that we can't predict everything because we can't. I don't care how good you are, I don't care how many analysis you put on something. When you start throwing human nature into a leadership vacuum, all these things are gonna break out, and it can go very, very bad. It can go well too, but it can go very, very bad. And so what are we willing to sacrifice? What are we willing to spend? How many of our brothers and sisters in uniform are we willing to sacrifice to make this happen? And how does it help our national security? I believe right now, had we stayed there, Iraq would be a pretty strong, positive place right now.
Shut the fuck up.
If we had kind of completed the mission the way that we should have. Again, when we go back and we say, okay, well, what countries is it worth going into? You know, where are we going to go? How do we draw that line? How do we make that decision? For me, this is what we do as leaders. What we do as leaders, we look at a situation, and sometimes, you got to ask yourself, do we have a moral obligation to go somewhere? If there's a genocide happening, if there's another Rwanda happening, where 800,000 Tutsis are killed in 100 days with machetes, if that's going on, do we have a moral obligation to try and do something to help that? Hey, that's a decision you have to make. That's a hard decision to make as a leader, because guess what? You're going to lose 30, 40, 100 Americans that are going in there and trying to shut this thing down. But that's the type of thing we need to think about. And that's why, as a leader, you want to have an open mind. You want to have your ego completely out of it.
The Rwandan genocide was European funded. I hate when motherfuckers don't delve into why. Why? Because Europeans pitted these two groups of people against each other, giving one of them some economic rewards and saying, oh, you're better than they are. You're more cultured and refined than they are. You should go kill all these people. The European brainwashing is strong, yo. And that's how the fucking Rwandan genocide went on. And so the Europeans go in here and cause this conflict and cause this strife and this disconjointedness, and then we're going to send our troops in to solve the problem. No, you're going to go in here and soften these people up, motherfucking take more of them out, and now you have another military base and more control over more resources, because you're going to say, hey, look, we got some contractors that are going to come in here, and we're going to build some pipelines, we're going to build some water towers, and we're going to make your country better, but you're going to be indebted to us, and you're going to owe us now. But we just saved you guys from this genocide, so you should be happy that we're here taking over your land, because obviously you guys can't control this thing yourself. So we'll just be in charge from here on out.
Please, you say, we're America. This is what we do. We're gonna win. It's like, no, actually, we made a bad decision, and we're actually leaving right now because we think the expenditure from here on out is going to be too high. Unfortunately, I think in Iraq we paid the upfront expenditure. We had invested lives and treasure to try and get that place stabilized. We had done a decent job.
Lives and treasure?
And we left early.
Treasure? What the fuck is that?
But that's why these things are important to think about thoroughly, as Tulsi said, before you go. We don't know what's going to happen. And, if you're going to get in a street fight, Joe, like, you look, as capable as you are, as capable as I am at street fighting, that's great. There's that 10% chance that guy pulls out a knife and sticks it in your neck. And are you willing to sacrifice that? Now, if the guy's doing something to an innocent person and you go, you know what? I got to take that risk right now. I'm going to go in and I'm going to get this thing handled. Those are hard decisions to make. Sure.
If there was, very well said, if there was one thing when I brought you two together that I thought that you might disagree on, it would be this stance on non-interventionist foreign policy. I don't know if that's even the right word, disagree. But I think there's nuances to these decisions and these things you've done. I think you would agree with that.
Yeah.
And Rwanda, what you talked about, is a great example.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a moral responsibility to go in when you see some atrocities being committed? I mean, that's one thing that people either pro or con on is the United States, are we the police force of the world? Are we the moral high ground?
Yeah, I don't, just listening to you, Jock, I think that, I don't think that we actually disagree very much. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think there are important distinctions to be made. My opposition to regime change wars should not be mistaken for isolationism, nor should it be mistaken for anything other than what it is. Let's stop fighting regime change wars that are so often waged in the guise of humanitarianism, but they are pushed forward for other reasons, or they're political reasons, or corporate reasons, or whatever.
Corporate reasons.
And they try to get the sympathy of the American people, and they use the same words. This guy's a monster. This is this. And when you actually peel back the layers, there are ulterior motives in place that set the pretext to use our military to go and overthrow a regime in another country or topple a dictator, that ultimately ends up more often than not resulting in the lives of the suffering, more suffering for the people in the countries we're supposedly trying to go and help. However, I've been very strong on this. We're talking about Al-Qaeda, ISIS, these other jihadist terrorists who are a threat to our national security. We need to stay strong in defeating that threat. That is our function as warriors, as service members in the military, is to go and protect and defend the American people and to take out those who seek to do us harm. In the case of a genocide like Rwanda, where there is a killing of people at a massive scale, we look to see, hey, is there something that we can do to help end this genocide? Can we work with other countries? Can we bring together a coalition that can effectively stop this genocide? And if the answer to that is yes, then we should do so. But the problem that we've seen a lot more recently is you'll see the word genocide being used very loosely as an excuse to go and say, hey, well, go and topple this dictator who is inflicting a genocide on their own people without it actually meeting the criteria of a genocide, when really there's a conflict within the country, whether it be based on politics or power or whatever. That's a very different thing than this, than like what we saw in Rwanda, for example. So as you say, I agree. I think before we go in and make this decision to take military action, we've really got to look very carefully at what is the situation? Where is the information that we're coming from? Is it coming from people who are pushing their own narrative for their own interests, where they're not really caring about the interests of the people in these countries or the interests of the American people and our troops? They got their own thing going on. We've got to be able to know that and understand that and approach this decision not based on a knee-jerk emotional reaction.
And Chaco, what you were talking about earlier is so important here, that when you are on one side and the other side's doing something, no matter what, you can never say, well, that makes sense. You hate that other side. This is a perfect example. When Trump wanted to pull people out of Syria, people on the left were saying no. People on the left were supporting military action in Syria. And I was like, this is bonkers.
Upside down.
It's weird.
Yes, and it's because they despise. They completely hate Trump.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know you got friends that hate Trump more than anything in the world. I got friends that hate Trump more than anything in the world. And it doesn't matter what he does. They have such a passionate hatred for him that he could just, cure cancer, and people would say, well, he did it for his own good.
I have friends that hate him, and I have friends that like him, and I have friends that love him, and that's what's hilarious to me. Whenever he does something, I love to call the friends who hate him and just have them scream and yell and rant about it and go, why are you so worked up, man? Like this is like this quid pro quo thing. I've never heard that goddamn expression more in my entire life. Like, who the hell ever thought that quid pro quo would be like a gigantic talking point on every single major news station, every newspaper?
Yeah.
It's a weird time conflict-wise in terms of just people's inability to just look at things with nuance and look at the complexity of these conversations and just say you're on Team Trump or you're not. You're with us or you're against us. You're pro this or you're anti-democracy.
You talk about how Trump's kind of the guy for the assholes, like the assholes.
The assholes.
Yeah. And at the other end of the spectrum is people that they just can't believe it insults their very being that this guy is the president of the United States.
Yeah.
It insults their very being, and they're so offended by it that it doesn't matter what he does.
It's true, but then there's so many people that are like, you know what? At least I'm not getting robbed of my taxes. At least I'm not getting called a bigot because I don't want 6'6" men who transition to play against my daughter in a basketball game. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the world we're living in, where people are like, I'm going with Trump. He's talking. Look, Kanye West is in the White House. He's not a racist. And this is where we're living now. It's this weird society that we have today, where there's so much coming at us, and you can't pay attention to all of us. And between all the pop culture nonsense and the fucking ice caps are melting, the environment, the ocean's on fire, everyone's scared of everything.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, there's all this political stuff that's going on. You don't have time to pay attention to all of it. If you tell me you're abreast of all of it, I'll tell you you're a liar.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Let me say something else as well. So I have a consulting company, and I go around the country and I talk to every level in the chain of command, including the frontline troops, guys that work construction, guys that work gas oil, guys that are out, linemen that are out, manufacturing everything. Those people, most of them, they're not out on the fringe somewhere. You know what they're thinking about? They're not thinking about what Trump's doing. They're actually thinking about how they're going to, if they're going to get to take a couple days off over their Labor Day weekend. They're thinking about do they save enough money that they can get a new truck? That's what they're concerned about. They're not thinking about this. They're trying to live their normal lives. And when I was on Ben Shapiro's program, and he just came at me like, it's so all this divisiveness, and I said, well, you live. I mean, that guy lives at ground zero for political just detonation, right? And I said, that's not normal life. It's not normal for everyone else, Ben. Like, I get it, that's what it's like for you, but that's not what it's like for everyone else. So even as the country seems so divided, you got to remember the people that we hear that are so divisive are the loudmouths on either end.
Yes.
And most people aren't getting in Twitter fights about whatever. They're not. They're out trying to make a living.
Yeah, and what's something that you and I think can relate to is that a lot of these people don't have anything that brings them together. And I think they should all join a jiu-jitsu gym.
100%.
They all took jiu-jitsu. Politics and all that stuff aside, the people that as weird as it seems, the people that choke you and you choke and you get armbarred by, those are your brothers and sisters. And you realize, like, the way we look at politics, the way we look at decisions, and what you can agree or disagree on, the direction of the country, there's a lack of community. There's a real lack of understanding that we're supposed to be, as the United States of America, we're supposed to be a giant community. We're supposed to be a family. And this is not how people are viewing it now. We're viewing it like there's this gigantic battleground, that the world is in an uprising right now. And I don't necessarily think that's true.
You know what else, too, is, and I hear you say this sometimes, and I get what you're saying, but, you'll say, hey, this person's in a cubicle, and they hate their job, and they hate their life, and that's, like, of course, most people aren't like that. I get it that there's some people that end up in jobs that they don't want to do, and I certainly couldn't see Joe Rogan sitting in a cubicle or on a manufacturing line. But, like, I got a factory up in Maine. These people that are up there working, they love it. They're Americans that love hard work, and they're building an American product, and it's like, oh, okay, this is what I do. They'll stay extra time. They'll do whatever they can. They love it.
They're working for you, though. They're excited.
Yeah, but they're still working. They're still working 9 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, working in a factory. Right. That's what they're doing. And they love it. And you know what they want? They want to have a good economy. They don't want the government to mess with them. It's like, okay, that's what they want. So it's weird how social media that we complain about is just it's an amplification of the extremes. That's what it is.
Right.
And most people aren't sitting there arguing about what Trump did or what Hillary Clinton did.
It's a gigantic, a small.
This
gigantic,
motherfucker lying like shit, yo. They love it. They love their job. They're working 8-10 hours in a factory, and they love it. They just want to be good Americans. Shut the fuck up, bro. This dude is so fucking delusional on some shit. I worked in a factory for 5 years. One of the best employees, one of the most well-liked employees, and one of the most well-known employees. Over the course of 5 years, probably met 500-600 people working at this fucking factory. Nobody loved it. They just loved working there. And everybody fucking hated their job. I hate when douchebags like, it's because it's my factory, because I'm part owner in the factory. My employees love working there. Shut the fuck up, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody would work if they didn't have to. They love it. They love working there. No, they don't. Stop lying.
Population that is doing all the discourse on Twitter. It's really tiny.
2%.
And if you look, there's a few people that I follow that I don't follow. I just have them bookmarked just because they're just bananas. And I'll go to their page and just look, and they're literally arguing with people about politics or whatever, gender studies, and they're doing it 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
They're just at it. They're just frothing at the mouth, sweating palms, just phone slipping out of their hand, banging away with their thumb, and they're doing it all day.
Do you think that, or I think that has something to do with the fact that they're living some kind of a decent life? I mean, as far as they have food, they have an iPhone.
There's
right?
no wolves
There's no wolves in the streets, and they're not worried about it.
Yeah.
And that's why when we talk about worldwide problems, what I think is what you do, the best possible thing that we can do in this country to help all these problems, every single problem that we've talked about, build a strong economy.
Yes.
Build a strong global economy. That's the best thing you can do.
100%.
Build a business. Make people have a little bit more money.
Yes.
That's how you get it done. And that's why, like from my perspective, you get involved in a business, you start a business, you move, you help people, you build a product that people want, you build a business, you help the economy, and that is what equalizes the world more than anything else.
Well, that's also argument for Team Trump. I mean, that's Trump's argument. Is what he's doing is he's boosting up business in the United States, and whether or not you love him or hate him, what he's doing is having a positive net effect on the global economy, or particularly the United States economy, and that's going to make us stronger. I mean, this is, whether you love him or hate him, you've got to look at that objectively and go, okay, well, is there any merit to what he's saying? Well, I don't understand economics. I just trust people that study it. I don't have the time. But they're saying, yes, in some ways, he's doing things that benefit business.
I think that the trouble with the approach that Trump has taken, he obviously, he's got his shtick and he's got the things that he's got, the talking points, the things that he says, but he is continuing this mentality when we look at like the trade war with China and the trade conflict that he started with Canada and now with different European countries. It is the zero-sum mentality that in order for us and our economy and our people to win, then the people or the economies of these other countries have to suffer. And that's where I agree with what you just said, Jocko, about building helping grow a strong global economy. Shared prosperity. I mean, you look at the opportunity that would provide for peace and less conflict, rather than what we're seeing, and this is playing out in real time with China right now, where you see this trade war that is escalating, a tariff war that's escalating. I have met with farmers in Iowa who are hurting tremendously because of this trade and tariff war, manufacturers, small business owners, and the danger of this continuing to grow and continuing to escalate. An economic war can very easily turn into a hot war. And we're talking about a nuclear-armed country where these ever-escalating tensions push us closer and closer to the brink of nuclear catastrophe. Something nuclear strategists are saying that we are closer to now than at least in a generation. I think this is where the foreign policy that I'm putting forward to the American people, that I will lead with, is one that is focused on engaging with other countries, being that force for good, focusing on cooperation rather than conflict in every respect, being able to work out, we do have trade differences with China, there's no question about that, but being able to do so in a way that is not further pushing us closer and closer to the brink of a hot war and potentially disastrous.
Why do we have trade wars with China? Because 20 years ago, trend forecasters said that the next big thing in the economy will be data mining, data, information. We should only focus on information, Silicon Valley. And so now we don't manufacture anything, and we don't like China because China makes everything and they charge us too much for it. Well, make your own shit then, and you don't have to fucking put tariffs on fucking Chinese goods and import taxes and all this dumbass shit. Make your own stuff. Everything I got is fucking made in China. What are you hating on them for? That's the way you set this shit up. All these giant corporations, who love that free market, they said, fuck America, yo. Fuck you and paying your high taxes and your living wage salaries. I'm moving my shit to Mexico. I'm moving my shit to Taiwan and China. And those are Americans, right? Who love this country, who make everything better for people. No, because the big companies don't stay around. They ship their shit off seas. And now we got a problem with China. China, you're charging us too much for your goods. Well, y'all motherfuckers don't make shit. Some Americans are crazy, bro, and they don't see the shit that we put ourselves in. My battery is low on the controller. I'll plug that in a minute. I might go grab me a snack and something to drink, yo. I'm getting hungry and thirsty. I had that protein shake, but damn. That protein shake make me extra thirsty after I drink that shit too, yo. I swear it's like that shit be sucking up all the water out your body or something. Skin tone starting to look good. All I gotta do is this little piece of the thigh right here. Then most of her torso is done. I still have to work on her arm. from about here down, her hip, and then her bracelets here in her hand, and that'll be 2 coats of paint. And then after that, after it dries, I can add that 3rd layer of paint, and that should be it. And then I'll go over the background and put another layer of black paint on that background, and we'll be done with this painting. I might finish this by next weekend. I said I want to get a lot done today because tomorrow I really need to work on the drawing. I'm not gonna have time to paint when I'm sitting in my sketch pad for hours. Let me go grab a snack and I'll be right back.
Get into that. Like, what is the trade? What is the issue with China? Like, what is Trump feels like we don't have a fair deal, right? That's what
I
he's
think
stated.
I think his diagnosis I think is correct. I think it's widely accepted. There's the ongoing trade imbalance with China and some of the issues with IP theft. I think those are the top two that come to the forefront. The problem is not with the diagnosis of the issue. It is how he's going about it in a very shoot from the hip kind of way. I mean, he's like almost conducting his negotiations via Twitter. He's got negotiators who are sitting across from the Chinese saying, hey, okay, we're getting closer to a deal. We're going to work this out. Then all of a sudden something goes out on Twitter and they're like, whoa, man, like the whole thing just changed, which, it's maybe funny when Trump is putting out something with Trump Tower in Greenland, but when there are such real consequences to the day-to-day lives of the American people, and when we're pushing us closer and closer to the brink of a nuclear catastrophe, escalating these tensions with countries like China and with Russia, it's serious. The stakes are very high. And so this is more about how Trump is doing this in such an irresponsible way that's creating destabilization and uncertainty, both with our economy and also in our relationships with other countries.
It's everything that made him famous as a businessman. All the brashness, all the shooting from the hip.
Yeah.
The idea that everybody thought that he was going to change when he got into the White House is hilarious. The guy's 73.
Oh, I actually, you can laugh at me then, because I thought, well, he got elected. I was like, okay, well, this is going to be interesting to see him, kind of become presidential. And then, like, whatever, one day into it, he was sending out a tweet about somebody. I was like,
Rosie
okay.
O'Donnell's a pig.
And he's, yeah, exactly.
It's so crazy.
But what that means is he's unpredictable, right?
Yes,
And so he's the guy in the bar that you look at and you're like, well, I'm just going to give that guy a little extra clearance because he looks like he's crazy.
Right.
So I think that might be either thinks he's doing or not. But here's the interesting thing about this, okay? Now, I don't want to quote numbers on these things because I'm not sure what they are right now, but I got a factory been made. We make clothes, we make jeans, we make jiu-jitsu gis, all right? All made in America from the cotton that's grown in America. It's woven, we weave it in our factory. We're doing everything here. Now, there's things like labor. Labor is more expensive in America because we pay our workers because they're awesome. And so it costs a little bit more to build the product. If you have a Chinese company that can make a jiu-jitsu gi and they're paying their workers $1 a day, literally, and then they can ship that gi over here, well, then they can beat us on the price. Now, their quality's not as good, but they can beat us on the price. And someone goes, okay, well, I can pay, $70 for this Chinese gi or $100 for this American gi. Okay, I'm going to buy the Chinese one at $70. So, and this part happened again. The details I can't quite remember, but they said, hey, we're not going to put a tariff on gis coming into America because they can't be made here. Because they can't be made here. And guess what?
This is specific to gi?
Specific.
Wow.
It was like, okay.
They can't be made.
They can't be made here. And it was actually pretty true.
When was this?
I don't know. Again, I'm stepping out on a ledge here. I'm going to have my buddy Pete come on this podcast.
They've been made here forever, though.
No, they haven't. They've been made in Pakistan and China. And there was one company that was making them down in Brazil. But we said, no, actually, they can't be made here, and we're making them here. And they put a 7% tariff on gis from overseas. And so now that kind of equalizes the price. Ours is a little bit more expensive, but it's made in America and it's higher quality. So people say, okay, we'll buy them here.
Are you the only company in America
The only company in America that is making these.
So all these companies that are American companies, they're buying them overseas.
100%. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. And
what's your gi company? Just so everyone knows.
It's Origin, originmaine.com. And
originmaine.com.
Originmaine.com. And
MAINE.
Yep.
Maine State.
I was talking to my business partner and I was in the airport and I go, hey man, how many people do you know that train jiu-jitsu? And he's like, 30? And I go, how many people do you know that have a pair of jeans And he said, everybody. And I said, why don't we make jeans? So we started making jeans. Yeah. See, it's a good call because everybody has jeans. Because I was in the airport, I'm looking around, and it was whatever, 98 people out of 100 are wearing jeans because we're Americans.
Yeah.
And is there anything more American to make it an American company than jeans?
Do you make jeans with stretch in them?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That is the important question.
Everything. That's everything.
Yeah.
It's like, otherwise you're, making them out of coal.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was your company. I think one of the first podcasts I listened to from your show, at the very end, you and Echo Charles were talking about Origin. You're like, I'm wearing Origin jeans and this and that about Origin. I was like, dang, they must be pretty good sponsors.
What is that boot company that you're involved with?
Origin. We're
That's
making boots
the
as well.
same thing as well.
And this is the awesome thing about this is you're from New England. Well, in that part in Maine used to be like the textile and clothing capital of America for sure. They made boots, they made bass, they made all these things, bass boots, bass shoes. They made all these textiles up in Maine. And when the trade war started, it all went away. It all went away in the 70s and the 80s. And they literally took those machines and shipped them overseas to India and Pakistan. And there was, my buddy Pete, there was one loom. You know what a loom is?
Yeah.
It's this big thing that's got like 8 billion parts to it. He wanted to get a loom because he realized that the only way you could get material for a gi was to weave it yourself. Otherwise, you had to buy it from China or Pakistan. So he goes up to Lewiston, Maine. There's a 500,000 square foot abandoned factory. It has one loom in it, rusty, hasn't been used in 30 years. And he found this old timer that used to work on the looms. Him and his buddies, they went and dragged this thing out of this factory. They brought it into this little factory that he had built himself out in the middle of the woods and started taking apart this loom and reassembling it and started weaving material and making gis. Now, that was 5 years ago. We started working together. We merged together 3 years ago. He had 4 employees back there. We have 60 now. We're making stuff all the time. But this is when I talk about building the economy. That's what I'm talking about. Well, and so these areas up in New England, up in Maine, that used to be the so productive. Well, there wasn't jobs up there, and now it's like, oh yeah, we got jobs, and we're going to continue to build that company and just bring manufacturing back to America. So these are things that I think help. When I talk about the global economy, you know who's going to want American jeans made at Origin in Maine? You know who's going to want those? People in China, people in Japan. They're going to want these jeans because they've got soul, man. They got soul. They're real.
It's one of the best commercials I've ever heard. Lewiston, Maine. That's where Muhammad Ali knocked out Sonny Liston.
Yeah, there you go.
Rematch.
Yeah.
That's a great place to start a company like that. That's amazing.
I think that's where, as we talk about overall trade policy and where we've gone wrong. You're saying, what happened back in the 70s and 80s. You saw how these massive trade deals that were put in place. Really, the people who benefited most from them were the multinational corporations.
The corporations,
who were exporting these jobs, and it was those mom and pop, those small business owners and manufacturers who suffered the most. And that's where I think, as we look at trade negotiations with China, as we look at some of these trade deals with countries like India and others, that's where we've got to get back to. Rather than just making sure the largest corporations have a seat at the trade negotiations tables, we've got to have those small business voices, those small manufacturers, and make sure that our policy is actually helping empower and strengthen the backbone of our economy that has been before and that we need to bring it back to. That helps improve the quality of life for the people who are working in Maine, manufacturing your jeans and your gis. And this is, and having such great pride in doing so, knowing like, hey man, this is Maine manufacturing. This is we the people. Like, what more powerful words are there? They're the first words of our Constitution for a reason. That is what should be at the forefront of our policies across the board in all these different issues. If the first interest is not we the people, as it has been for so long, then we see what goes wrong, and then the consequence, we the people suffer.
So what's going on right now, the consequences of this issue, this trade war with China, where it's really hitting, you were saying, is there's people in America that are selling things to China?
Yeah, well, I give you one. I mean, you've heard a lot from like corn and soybean farmers in Iowa. That's a story that's been in the news a lot. We were at a farmer's market, and I think I was in Des Moines recently, and we're kind of walking through and picking up some food and veggies and stuff like that. We stopped at like an apple orchard that had a whole table with all these different beautiful, amazing apples. Just started talking to the guy. Him and his wife run this apple orchard, and he said, the trade and tariff war with China has hit us really hard. I said, wow, that's surprising to me. Tell me more. And he talked about how, I said, do you export your apples to China? And he said, no, not at all. We sell our apples in Iowa and in the Midwest, and that's it, local and regional customers. What happened was the apple farms in Washington state selling Honeycrisp apples that they do export to China, when this trade and tariff war started, they couldn't anymore. That market was completely blocked off to them. And so what they started doing was shipping their apples to the Midwest at a fraction of the price that the local Iowa apple farmer was able to charge to his clients, whether they're restaurants or supermarkets or whatever. And he lost tens of thousands of dollars just over the last year as a result. And this year, he said, is not looking very good as well. As long as this thing continues, it's gonna have a disproportionate negative impact on his family farm, essentially. So, there are the obvious kind of headline grabbing impacts, but then you look at the downstream. You look at, a friend of mine has a small business that he does do business with China. He has things that are made in China, and this level of uncertainty, he doesn't know how far ahead he can plan to purchase. How much should he plan to purchase? Are things going to get better, so you should just do a little bit now and then wait? Or just the level of uncertainty and destabilization it's created, I think, has been the most negative impact on people here at home.
There's some legitimate concerns too, though, right? Like Huawei's a weird one. That one, I'm a kind of a
there are legitimate concerns. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of a tech dork, and I love looking at one of the things that China does particularly well, particularly Huawei, is innovation with cell phone technology. I mean,
Yo, Huawei is a Chinese cell phone company. I think they're maybe like number 2 or number 3 globally as far as products sold. And they've only been around for like 15 years. But they're set to overtake Apple as the most popular, highest selling cell phone is Huawei or Huawei. A lot of people don't even know about these motherfuckers, yo, but they've been having the foldable phone. They was one of the first companies to come out with a phone that you fold that shit closed, and you open it up, and it's your fucking screen. Like, the technology for the screen, the screen of the phone itself to be foldable. And they've been pushing that technology a lot in their microphones and their cameras, like the iPhone 11 or whatever is out now. Like, the cameras that's on it, Huawei had those cameras like a couple years ago. Like, this cell phone company is a big fucking deal, and a lot of people don't even know about them yet because they're Chinese. But I was even looking at getting one of their phones because I got the 8. This is the iPhone 8. I missed some messages. My bad. But yeah, this is the iPhone 8, but I was definitely looking into upgrading it and seeing what I wanted to upgrade my phone to. And I started thinking about Huawei stuff. very interesting message just now. What? Yeah, those phones. Yo, check out that Huawei technology. Well,
What's going on right now, the consequences of this issue, this trade war with China, where it's really hitting, you were saying, is there's people in America that
Yeah.
they're selling things to China?
Yeah, well, I give you one. I mean, you've heard a lot from like corn and soybean farmers in Iowa. That's a story that's been in the news a lot. We were at a farmer just over the last year as a result, and this year he said is not looking very good as well. As long as this thing continues, it's gonna have a disproportionate negative impact on his family farm, essentially. So there are the obvious kind of headline grabbing impacts. But then you look at the downstream. You look at a friend of mine has a small business that he does do business with China. He has things that are made in China, and this level.
They were way ahead of the curve on a lot of different features, and they continue to do that.
Regional customers. What happened with regional customers? People here at home.
There's some legitimate concerns too, though, right? Like Huawei's a weird one. That one, I'm a kind of a.
There
tech,
are legitimate concerns. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of a tech dork, and I love looking at one of the things that China does particularly well, particularly Huawei, is innovation with cell phone technology. I mean, they make the most spectacular cameras. They were way ahead of the curve on a lot of different features, and they continue to do that. And they were selling them in America up to a point, and then that cut off. And it cut off with the first time I've ever heard national security concerns because of a cell phone company. And it just makes you go, whoa, is this real? And it's real cloudy. Like you talk to people on the tech side and they said this doesn't make any sense. But then you talk to people on the intelligence side and they said this makes all the sense in the world. Like this is a shifty company that's inexorably tied to the Chinese government. Mm-hmm. There's no difference between the government and this company. They are moving. They have a long game, and this long game is provide backdoor access so that data can be stolen, have that built into systems, and they've caught them doing this before. So they're like, you got a finger in the dam here, and this whole thing can come tumbling down if you don't stop this company.
Yeah, I think some of those concerns are very valid when you're talking about Huawei, but I think also just the issue of building these backdoor entries into our technology is something that we are very concerned about, both happening here at home. This has been an issue that we've been dealing with in Congress, where because of provisions that were passed in the Patriot Act, there were loopholes that have been
that's just like Facebook and all these other fucking apps and all this shit. There's always backdoors in it to steal your data, your information, your identity. AT&T and IBM and all these motherfuckers got government contracts. Almost every major American corporation has some type of government contract where they're tied to the government, where if the government gave them a little nudge and say, hey, let's open up the files of your company to us and so we can investigate some shit, I don't think anybody will pull away from that shit. So saying, oh, Huawei is you have to look at them close because they're really tied to the government. Every major corporation is the government. Like the political people we elect for figureheads and officials, those aren't the fucking government. The motherfucking government is the corporations.
Some of our tech companies working with some of our intelligence agencies to build these back doors into their systems, into their programs, or into their hardware, which directly violates the civil liberties and Fourth Amendment rights for us as Americans. And I think that points to the bigger issue of civil liberties and privacy and the growing power that the tech industry has, that we've got to be very, very, in my opinion, concerned and careful of. And actually exercising the kind of oversight and accountability that we should have been doing, frankly, a long time ago.
tech is a really important conversation to have with you right now. You're in the middle of this lawsuit with Google.
Yeah.
Explain that.
So the first debate that we had in this presidential election, you know, we had hoped that I would do well going into it and that people would go and start their internet search and say, hey, who is Tulsi Gabbard? I've never heard of her before. And so we went and got, you know, the Google ads set up, got them approved. Everything was ready to rock and roll. I was the most Googled candidate of the night, as I have been for every debate that I've participated in. The issue was during that first debate, you know, while that peak period was happening, our Google ad account was suspended by Google with no explanation whatsoever. No, like, hey, you guys, there was nothing like, hey, you guys screwed up, fix this, and then we'll put
Google,
your account back in.
Yes, Bill. How are you? Good to hear from y'all.
That is so sketchy.
It's so sketchy.
And so, you know, our tech guys are freaking out. They're like, man, this is what we were waiting for. Now you guys took our account out. Tell us what we got to do to get it back up. And we didn't hear back for a while. Once we started hearing back, we heard back from different people with different answers. Nothing clear cut to say, you did this wrong, fix this, we'll put your account back. Nothing. And then all of a sudden, you know, hours and hours had gone by, and then our account was reinstated without any explanation about what happened. And, you know, this is bigger than just the loss in opportunity that my campaign had because this happened on that night during that peak period. It's a bigger issue about the power that this corporation has in Google in interfering essentially in fair elections and in what kind of information they are willing to put in front of people.
Don't they own Boston Dynamics too?
Yes,
Does
they
Google
do.
own Boston Dynamics?
Yes, they do.
They sold it
Good move.
like a year ago or something.
They didn't sell it. I can't believe he just said Google sold Boston Dynamics. What Google did was potato chips. What Google actually did was they made a company called Alphabet. So Google made Alphabet, and then Alphabet bought Google. And essentially Alphabet bought Google and everything else that Google owned. So he said, oh, Google sold it. Yeah, they sold it to Alphabet, which is the company that Google made. So it's still in the same company. It's weird as shit how they did that. But Google owns DeepMind. DeepMind is the company that came up with AlphaGo, and own Boston Dynamics. And Boston Dynamics right now, they're really famous for Spot Mini and Atlas. And so when you continue to when you look at Spot Mini and Atlas and look at the robotics of Boston Dynamics, and then look at the general purpose AI that they are trying to create with DeepMind, and you put an AI, not just an AI, a general purpose AI inside of a humanoid robot, you have the Terminator. Google is making the Terminator. But he said, oh, Google sold it a while ago. I really don't think Google sold Boston Dynamics, because Facebook tried to buy, Mark Zuckerberg and his posse tried to buy Boston Dynamics, and I don't think they had enough money for it. And then Google wound up buying it like months later, not even a whole year later, but like months later. Google bought Boston Dynamics from under and got it away from Facebook. So I don't think they're gonna just turn that company over. And you'll have to be like an Amazon or somebody to buy that shit from Google, because Google paid like, well, it wasn't a lot. I don't think it's like $15 million, or it was a good chunk. Or was it 15 or 50? It was something like that. But in order to get that from Google, you're gonna have to kick out that bread, because Boston Dynamics is doing good with their Spot Mini. That Spot Mini is already 300 units are already out operating in the public. And of course, there are a few police forces throughout the country that have actually implemented Spot Mini into their police force.
Interfering essentially in fair elections and in what kind of information they are willing to put in front of people.
Don't they own Boston Dynamics too? Does Google own Boston Dynamics?
They did, and they sold it
Good move.
like a year ago.
Bring it.
Jocko's ready for the Roman
No.
War. I watched Black Mirror. I'm not in.
I'll tell you what, you get extra double bonus credit from me right now, Tulsi, because that right there is so crazy. And for you to be like, yeah, it's bad for me, but it's also bad for the American people, I would have been stuck at bad for me. That is gnarly.
It
It's
is.
so gnarly
It
that
is.
they did that. And it's so transparent. And
Yeah.
very few people talked about it and very few people know about it.
Exactly.
That's what was so stunning about it. It's like there's people pulling strings. Who, why, not undefined, and no investigation into it. Until you put out this lawsuit, there's really no way to find out.
Yeah,
And-
yeah, it started to force that conversation that
Yes.
we're continuing to push to the forefront about how, particularly with Google and Facebook, the inordinate amount of power that they have to, as we sit and type in a Google search for whatever, or what's popping up on our Facebook feed, they control that.
I think that we have a real issue in this country with advertising in those things, in Google and Facebook, a real issue that it's never really been fully discussed because those things just sort of came up out of nowhere. We had social networks, we had MySpace, and we had, we didn't think anything of it. And then all of a sudden, not only are they here, but they have this extraordinary amount of influence.
Yeah.
They have algorithms. So it's not just they're putting out what people put out. They have algorithms that figure out what you're into and then show you that. So if you're just really in a conflict, which most people are, they're just showing you conflict all day long, and it's getting everybody riled up. So it's having a direct effect, whether it's planned and coordinated or not. It's having a direct effect on discourse in this country.
It is.
And I think it's one of the reasons why what you were talking about before, where you're either with us or you're against us, and it's never been more hard line than it has been right now. And all of this is because of advertising money.
Yeah.
And advertising what? Like, what are you even selling? All you're just a portal to connect people with each other, and through that you're gaining an insane amount of influence, and an extraordinary amount of money is being generated. And we never agreed to it.
Right.
It's just we just looked down, we saw the ad. Oh, what are they selling? Oh yeah, okay, that looks like a nice watch. And then we just
All of us.
and then everybody's just getting bought and sold, and it's happening to a point now where that is one of the main town halls, one of the main places where people discuss ideas in the world.
Right.
Is these social media networks, and they're not getting smaller, they're only getting bigger, so they keep growing and they keep stacking up. And whether it's Google or Facebook or any of the Twitter, any of these, the amount of influence they have is insane. And they're just people.
Right.
They're just people. These
Yeah.
are just regular folks. Like, I know Jack Dorsey. He's a nice guy. He's just a regular fucking person. The fact that this guy has so much power, this company has so much power, that any of these companies have so much power. We are not ready for this. And this is happening right under our noses, and it's happening so quickly. And then when something like your Google situation happens, where it's like, whoa, 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 not only are you profiting, but now you're fucking pulling strings? You're showing us you're pulling strings?
Yeah.
And everybody's like, well, what's going on? Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, shit,
It's
our
so
account got
dangerous.
suspended. Whatever. No, they're interfering with democracy
Yep.
in this weird sort of semi-legal way. Like you could just say they violated policy. Like, what policy? What policy did you violate? Did they just cancel your ad?
They still have not told us that.
That's
The
insane.
policy
That's
you
the point.
violated was being a viable candidate
Yeah,
for president of the United States of
It has to
America.
be. It has to
Exactly.
be.
Not
It
only a
has to be.
viable candidate, but one that's saying, hey, you guys are too fucking big.
Yeah.
I'm going to break up these
Yes.
monopolies and provide the kinds of oversight and accountability that will protect the consumer, that will protect the American people, will protect fair and honest discourse, protect freedom of speech. That's the issue. And frankly, that's a difference between me and somebody like Mayor Pete, for example. Other candidates, and he's not the only one, but other candidates who refuse to take a strong position in recognizing the threat to our public discourse and our democracy that these tech giants have really within the hands of just a few people. You have, I think this just broke in the news recently, Mark Zuckerberg, who, people were taught he's like wanted to run for president not that long ago and was seriously considering it.
Zuckerberg for
He's trying
president?
to start his own cryptocurrency. He wants to have his own currency that he controls. Like, the amount of power this guy has and that he wants to continue to grow is so dangerous. He decided not to run for president, but he and his wife started emailing Mayor Pete's campaign manager saying, hey, here's some guys we think you should hire for your campaign. And so they hired 2 of Zuckerberg's Facebook guys who are now working for Mayor Pete's campaign. And so they're going to have a seat at the table should this guy get elected, which means Facebook's going to have a seat at the table.
Never mind if he gets elected, when he's got 2 people that are inside track at Facebook that show up there. I don't know if you've ever done anything with Facebook as far as advertising, but like people that understand how all that stuff works, I've talked to them before. It's a whole science behind it. So now that they're in there, he should get a big bump across the board.
Yeah.
I don't know Mark Zuckerberg, but I don't like the way he drinks water. He takes those little sips when he's being grilled.
That clip is
He
crazy.
takes little sips of water. I don't trust a person, man, woman, or non-binary creature that takes sips of water like that. That is just not the way you drink water. When you drink water, it's like, I'm thirsty. I'm gonna have some water. That's how you drink water.
Show me how he did it.
I'll show you. We'll play the video. It's like this. He's like, he puts this glass up to his mouth and like touches the lips with the water. It's like a robot. Why? Here we go. Watch this. Look at this. He's a robot pretending to drink. Watch this. What the fuck is happening here? What is happening here? The water didn't move.
I never noticed this before.
It barely moved. It barely like slid.
I love that Jamie was able to find that so
Jamie's
fast.
a master. Jamie's a master.
So Tulsi, let me ask you this. From a strategic perspective, all right, do you feel like these moves, like you coming out strong against Google, Facebook, saying that you could break up those types of monopolies, strategically, are you thinking right now, well, maybe that wasn't the best call because, you could have not been so strong against them and played along with them a little bit. Maybe they look at you and go through the list that Joe went through earlier, which is you're a veteran, you're a woman of color, you're from Hawaii, you got this experience.
Congresswoman.
Yeah, Congresswoman, you got all this stuff. They could look at you and go, wow, yeah, she's good. We can get her on our side. And then maybe, increase your chances of getting elected. Then you get elected. Then you go, okay, you know what? I've thought about this. And guess what? We're not doing it that way. And I'm going to break you guys up. Do you think strategically, or is that just the type of person you are is like, you know what? I'm just going to tell the truth from the get go. Is that basically what
I'm
we're
going
doing?
to tell the truth and call it straight.
Tell the truth, call it straight.
No matter what, and no matter who I'm dealing with, because A, that's who I am, and B, people are sick and tired of politicians who play this game and do this political dance as they're trying to get people elected, and you're like, okay, well, if I just say this, or if I just kind of cozy up to these people or these interests, they can help me get elected, and then when I win, then I'm going to do the right thing. Well, guess what? When you win, I've got to win the next re-election. That means I need more money from Wall Street. I need more money from Google. I need more money from these guys, so I can't say anything to piss them off just yet. I'm going to wait until I get re-elected. Then that's when I'm really going to start to do the right thing. And I think people across party lines are sick and tired of the same old politicians who say one thing and do another, and instead are looking for real leadership.
It just seems like there's a tipping point that we will have to reach before that actually happens. I don't know if we're there yet. It's kind of like, when I was on your podcast for the first time, Joe, and you told me to start a podcast. At that time, I don't know if you know this or not, it was 2015. The stats were that 17% of America were listening to podcasts. And now it's something like 78%. In 4 years, just totally different. But when you talk about Tulsi having a podcast, which you absolutely should, and by the way, all you need to do is go and do a question and answer town hall with people, have somebody record it, splice it up to the good stuff, and put that out 20 minutes long, and people start to learn how you are. Yes, but my point is that change happened, and right now, Joe Rogan has like the most powerful voice in media in a very short period of time, but 5 years ago, he didn't. 5 years ago, it'd be like, oh, you want to sell a book, you better go on the big network.
Yeah.
Nowadays, oh, you want to sell a book, you try and get on Joe Rogan and he can peddle some book for you, or get your product out there, or help your campaign. We're like at that tipping point politically, it seems right now. And yeah, just what is it going to take to push people over the edge? That's the question.
I think that what we saw happen in 2016, I think, pointed to that tipping point, and I believe that we are here because these are conversations that we're having in town hall meetings in different parts of the country. Again, where we're building this coalition of Americans who are most interested in putting our country first, who are willing to disagree without being disagreeable, but understand we got to treat each other with respect and stand united around the principles and freedoms that bring us together, focusing on we, the people, putting the interests of the people first and foremost. And I would say that the vast majority of Americans have put up with the same old for so long and are sick and tired of this pay-to-play culture in Washington, of the political corruption that exists, of the big money special interests who influence the decisions that leaders are making that benefit them instead of the people, that they're looking for a leader that says what they mean and mean what they say, and who will back that up with action. I think that's where our opportunity, that's where we're seeing support growing for my campaign. The more people hear about who I am, the background and experience that I bring to this job, and that I am willing to take a stand to speak the truth for the people, even against some of the most powerful interests. Honestly, our biggest challenge is getting in front of people, because most people in the country still don't know who I am, or you have people who maybe have heard about me, but they've gotten the corporate media narrative.
But they're Tulsi curious.
They're Tulsi curious, and really, that's a good way to put it. So that's really where our effort is focused now. New Hampshire is voting in less than 100 days. And so we're asking for support from people to make contribution to my campaign. Tulsi2020.com. Literally getting this support will make the difference for us to be able to bypass this corporate media narrative and actually communicate directly to voters, directly to people.
No one better than you knows that these tech companies have this extraordinary amount of power, and that it's just no one anticipated it. It came out of nowhere. What do you think could be done to ensure that people have a voice, and that this voice is not being manipulated because of financial interests or political interests? And this is where we're at today, that these companies, like it or not, they don't have to abide by the First Amendment. That's not what they do. They can decide, we're going to ban you based on your political leanings, there's a famous case out of Canada where a woman was having you know what a TERF is? It's a trans exclusionary radical feminist. That's
Never heard that before.
Radical feminists who don't believe that transgender women should be involved in women's issues, and that they shouldn't be able to vote on women's issues. And she was in an argument on Twitter. Her name is Megan Murphy, and she said a man is never a woman. Twitter told her, you got to take that down. So she's a bit feisty. She took it down, took a screenshot, put it back up with the screenshot. She's like, okay, I took it down. There it is again, though. And then banned her for life.
Wow.
For life. So it's something like that where you can't even have opinions on things that are controversial without being removed from the discourse. We have a real problem with that.
Yeah.
That's a giant problem. This is just one social thing. It's a hot button issue right now, and whether or not whether it's just a fad or it'll go away or it'll be normalized, we don't know. But the fact that you don't have the First Amendment protecting people from a legitimate opinion that's actually based on, whether you like it or not, biological science. We're in a very strange time that a company, and I just use this as an example because you're talking about something where it's biologically clear that she's correct. Whether or not you socially think that people should be treated how they want to be treated and use the pronouns they want, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But you're talking about someone who's saying something that's biologically correct. So we're at a fork in the road, and we have to figure out how the hell this gets handled, because if just social trends like this can dictate whether or not a person is removed from the conversation forever, we got a giant.
And there's no other option. There's no
Yes.
other alternative platform
Yes.
that you can participate in.
And that's just one example of the thousands and thousands of examples of people that are removed from conversations based on their political leanings, their ideologies. And
meanwhile, there's just unlimited hardcore pornography
on Twitter,
which is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
But we can't say that about whatever that situation is, which I don't really understand.
It's pretty
sounds
hard.
good.
And O.J. Simpson as well. O.J. Simpson's on Twitter, which is hilarious as well.
And also, I think that kind of thing is the kind of thing that gets a backlash from moderate people.
Oh,
Where a moderate person sitting in Nebraska is like, well, who am I voting for? Well, these people are they're against this whole idea. Okay, looks like Trump is on my side.
100%. And this idea that you can deplatform people and somehow or another it weakens the position that you don't agree with. It's the opposite. The opposite happens. You pump up the only hope that they have of getting their side of the story out there. Their side of the story is going to be represented by Trump and Trump supporters. And I don't know what the president can or can't do to sort of enforce some sort of, I mean, we obviously have a new situation when it comes to communication in this country with social media and tech companies.
Yes.
It's very new. And it's really, it's only the last couple of decades it's even been a thing. And now it's one of the biggest things in terms of discourse and how people communicate and how people form opinions about things. That's a tremendous influence on our culture.
Yeah.
And the fact that this isn't protected by the First Amendment, we have a very strange new force in our country when it comes to discourse. And I think laws need to be formed. That we need to have some sort of parameters. There's laws on virtually everything. And virtually everything that has massive influence over the way it affects our country. And that's one where there isn't really. They're independent companies, and they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. It's limitless. I agree with you. I agree with you both with regards to tech companies, but also this bigger kind of culture war that's happening in our country. This cancel culture that exists. That it threatens the kind of freedom of speech and discourse that I think we've celebrated in this country for so long, where this is the country where you can stand up and say what you believe, no matter how terrible I may think it is or how strongly I may disagree with it. You know, people like us are willing to lay our life down for your right to do that. I think that's what is at risk here with this culture, this cancel culture is having such a chilling effect, where people are maybe afraid to say something that may be seen as controversial or offensive to some, because they will get canceled. And in some cases, you've seen how people's, especially if you're a public figure, whole career can be just like gone, finished.
Cancel culture is real simple. Everyone now has a rock, and there's a big window. Someone throws a rock at that window, and you're like, well, I'll fucking throw my rock too. And that's what happens.
Yeah.
People just, whether or not they have a strong opinion on something or not, they just decide that's the spot we're throwing the rocks.
Right.
And they just chuck the rocks.
Right.
And then they feel like they have some sort of if a politician gets taken down, they're like, look, I helped.
Right.
Look at my Twitter feed. My
Right.
Twitter feed's filled with calling that guy a piece of shit.
I was the first one. I was the first one that did it. I think that you mentioned was it happened in the debate? Kamala Harris she like launched a petition or publicly was calling for Twitter to delete President Trump's account.
Yeah.
And she really made a big deal out of this. Did a whole media tour, like all this, called out Elizabeth Warren, all this stuff. I was asked about it by a reporter shortly after she had made this announcement. I had not even heard of it. Like, oh, what do you think about Kamala Harris calling on Twitter to cancel Trump's Twitter account? I said, well, I disagree with not everything, but a lot of what Trump says, but freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. So no, I completely disagree with her. And the response from her campaign spokesperson, no kidding, Tulsi Gabbard echoes Fox News talking points. Freedom of Fox News is saying, oh, well, what about freedom of speech?
By the way, Richard Spencer loves her.
Right. But that's like, this is where we're at. Like, just saying, hey, freedom of speech. You're the president, whether you're the president of the United States or you're the guy sweeping the floor in the White House, I will stand up and fight for your freedom of speech. I may disagree, and I may disagree publicly and strongly, but we've got to draw the line here for freedom of speech and being able to have this dialogue and discourse where we can. And I think that we should debate strongly and maybe passionately about some of these issues, not seeing that as a bad thing. That's been the strength of our country.
It'll be interesting, from a free market perspective, if at some point somebody comes out with a social media platform that is really, truly free speech.
Yeah,
right?
They have done that. But they get taken over by trolls.
There's ThinkSpot getting run around right
Gab.
now.
Gab's one.
Yeah, it'll just be, but people have told me, tech friends of mine that say that immediately turns into, 4chan and 8chan. It just immediately goes into the gutter.
It's an open sewer. I mean, it's just like, have you ever seen those pipes that pump sewage into the ocean? They're like just green and disgusting. And it's not the fault of the social media companies. The companies like Gab, they're committed to free speech, and what they're trying to do is let it all work itself out and abide by the Constitution. Don't dox anybody. Don't give up anybody's address.
Right.
Don't threaten anybody or do any harm, and just talk crazy. And do it anonymously, and that's what a lot of people are doing. But it's very difficult for even the people that felt like they were deplatformed or their voice wasn't being able to be heard. They don't want to join into this crazy shit because of 4chan and all those savages.
They're just trying to post pictures of their dinner, right?
Exactly. They can't even get it. It's so nuts. Look. Even posting pictures of your dinner. You do that on Instagram, and if it's a dead deer or something like that, you're risking getting your picture taken down. It's the amount of power that's being exhibited by these social media companies. Again, no one anticipated this.
Yeah.
What could be done? What do you think could be done? Like, say you become president. What would you do?
So I think there's two things here that we've talked about: the freedom of speech, the control over information. I think part and parcel to that we didn't really talk much about is how much of our private information these tech companies have and what they're doing with it, maybe without us even knowing about how that's helping to drive up their profits. So I think it's both of those components we got to be concerned about. I think number one is we look at our antitrust laws that exist in this country for the protection of the consumer against any giant monopoly from coming in and being in a position to abuse their power, and apply those laws to these tech giants. I think the fact that Facebook owns, obviously, Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, I think that is the definition of a monopoly across platforms that many of us use because there isn't really a legitimate alternative option available to us. So I think that's the first thing, and looking at breaking up these monopolies. I think Facebook's co-founder, Chris Hayes, I think is his name. I think he wrote, a very compelling argument against Facebook monopoly, saying they have gotten way too powerful. They should not have been able to buy these other companies. And the second thing is Congress actually digging down and passing laws that provide
I did not know
oversight
Facebook owned
and
Instagram.
a level of accountability to ensure that our freedom of speech and our freedom to access information is not impeded by these tech giants, whether it's for their own profits or to pursue their own political interests.
There's people inside of Twitter that are like Jack Dorsey believes, and at least according to what he's told me, that Twitter should be like a town hall where everyone should be able to have access. But he faces resistance to that inside the actual company that he's the CEO of. That there's so many people that don't think that that's the way it should be, and they think that they have a political or a social obligation to limit certain voices because those voices radicalize young people. Like, what do you say to those people?
I mean, without knowing examples of what they're citing, here's the thing: is what they may view as radicalizing young people because of the ideology that they as individuals may hold on to, may be seen in the opposite way by people who hold a different political ideology. I think this is something that we're seeing happening offline as well. Whether it's in college campuses or in other places where both sides view the other side as indoctrinating young people or indoctrinating people with their ideology. Look at Fox News and MSNBC. They are both pushing opposing narratives on news happenings of the day or whatever's happening in Washington. There you watch the exact same thing happen. The killing of Baghdadi you saw a very different bias in the news
How
that was
about the
being
Washington
presented by
Post?
these
Did you
stories.
see the Washington
Yeah.
Post?
Insane.
Tell people what they said.
They put a story up that I forget what the quote was,
I
but
think
they
it
called
was
him
in
like
cleric,
religious
scholar.
something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what they called him.
What's that word? Astur? What is that word?
Astute?
No, religious scholar. I forget what word they used to describe him. Just try to find out what this. I think it's astur. A scholar. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how can you?
That's
Yeah.
just insanity.
Yeah.
But how
That
does
is
that?
offensive, man.
But how does that get through? How does? How does someone in the Washington Post go? Okay, I like what you did there.
Yeah,
Print that.
You can't even fathom.
Yeah, what's
where
that guy?
comes
Head
from.
of ISIS? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Austere.
How do you say that word?
Austere.
Austere.
Austere. I never say that word. I just read it.
Yeah.
That was the first time in my whole life, 52 years of age, I've said it out loud. Religious scholar at helm of Islamic State dies at 48. What in the fuck?
Wow.
Joe Rogan is
Religious
52.
scholar.
Well, at least when you zoom in on his eyes there, you can tell he's completely insane.
Yeah.
I want
Zoom in
to.
on that.
I want to look that good when I'm fucking
Give us a-
52.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He got a hold of Trump Sudafed. Look at him.
Speaking of,
just that title
yeah.
is so bananas.
yeah.
It is. It's crazy. That's, as Tulsi just pointed out, that's someone driving a narrative, right?
Yes.
That's someone driving a narrative.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
somebody that doesn't understand.
Because they said something about his academic credits, even though he was a ISIS terrorist. So the fuck what? That's like when that one college kid raped a girl behind a dumpster, and they didn't call him a monster. And they just said, high school student lacrosse player is caught up in some misunderstanding. They always make that shit sound fucking soft. When Dylan Roof shot up fucking the church in Charleston, they was like, misunderstood youth. A misunderstood youth? Really? So the fuck what? They do that shit all the time for white people. They soften that shit hard as hell for white people all the time. When a white person is criminalized, they try to soften the impact through language. And so Baghdadi was apparently some hostile jihadi terrorist murdering motherfucker, but the New York Times said he was an Astur fucking scholar of Islam, and just made it sound like, he was a smart guy. So what? Especially if he does have those credentials, if he is like some kind of scholar, you got like and I would imagine more scholars to be terrorists, because if you know history and you understand how shit works, and you're smart enough and intelligent enough to study sociology and geopolitics, that shit would piss you off enough to do something about it, whether it be legal or extra legal. Once again, with the I always come back to Dr. Martin Luther King was a fucking criminal. He broke the law to get shit done. He had to break the laws to change the laws. He was considered a domestic terrorist. But now people love and revere his memory, and every city in America has a street named after him, and he has a national holiday, and he's his memory is held to the highest of levels. But when he was alive, this man was a fucking criminal who was imprisoned multiple times. So I don't see how you could be surprised if they say something good about somebody you think is a bad person.
Dear, I never say that word. I just read it.
Yeah.
The
Actual oversight and a level of accountability to ensure that our freedom of speech and our freedom to access information is not impeded by these tech giants, whether it's for their own profits or to pursue their own political interests.
They face. There's people inside of Twitter that are like Jack Dorsey believes, and at least according to what he's told me, that Twitter should be like a town hall where everyone should be able to have access. But he faces resistance to that inside the actual company that he's the CEO of. That there's so many people that don't think that that's the way it should be, and they think that they have a political or a social obligation to limit certain voices because those voices radicalize young people. Like, what do you say to those people?
I mean, without knowing examples of what they're citing, here's the thing: is what they may view as radicalizing young people because of the ideology that they as individuals may hold on to, may be seen in the opposite way by people who hold a different political ideology. You know, I think this is something that that we're seeing happening offline as well. You know, whether it's in college campuses or in other places where both sides view the other side as indoctrinating young people or indoctrinating people with their ideology. Look at Fox News and MSNBC. They are both pushing opposing narratives on, you know, news happenings of the day or whatever's happening in Washington. There, you watch the exact same thing happen. You know, the killing of Baghdadi. You saw a very different bias in the news that
How
was
about the
being
Washington
presented by
Post?
these
Did
stories.
you see the Washington
Yeah,
Post?
insane.
Tell people what they said.
They put a story up that said, I forget what the quote was,
I
but
think
they
it
called
was
him
in
like
cleric,
religious cleric,
scholar.
something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah, that's what they called him.
What's that word? Astur? What is that word?
Astute?
No, religious scholar. I forget what word they used to describe him. Just try to find out what this. I think it's astur. Religious scholar. I was like, what? Guy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, how can you?
that's
Yeah.
just insanity.
Yeah.
But how
It's
does that?
offensive, man.
But how does that get through? How does someone in the Washington Post go, okay, I like what you did there.
Yeah,
We'll print that.
You can't even fathom.
Yeah, what's
where
that guy?
comes
Head
from.
of ISIS?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Austere.
Astur. How do you say that word?
Austere.
Austere.
Austere. I never say that word. I just read it.
Yeah.
That was the first time in my whole life, 52 years of age, I've said it out loud. Religious scholar at helm of its Islamic State dies
Wow.
at 48. What in the fuck?
Wow.
Religious scholar.
Well, at least when you zoom in on his eyes there, you can tell he's completely insane.
Yeah, yeah. Zoom in on that, Jamie. Let me get a zoom. What?
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Whoa. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He got a hold of Trump Sudafed. Look at him.
Speaking
How
of,
just that title
yeah.
is so bananas.
Yeah.
It is. It's crazy. That's, as Tulsi just pointed out, that's someone driving a narrative, right?
Yes.
That's someone driving a narrative.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
somebody that doesn't understand this, that's their first glimpse of this reality, and their glimpse of this reality is that this guy was an austere religious leader.
What is the actual definition of austere? Let's pull that up because I want to find out how hilarious this really is because I think it's really hilarious.
Which, by the way, as Jamie's doing that, Washington Post owned by, oh, here we go.
Severe or strict in manner, attitude, or appearance, an austere man with a rigidly puritanical outlook. Too nice.
This guy was a Puritan as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, Puritan piece of shit. Having an extremely plain and simple style or appearance, unadorned. Okay, he's dressed like a genie. He's living in a hole in the ground, and he's running ISIS. You people are out of your mind.
It's offensive.
It's so strange. I mean, there's real monsters in this world. And when you add a bunch of words to a description of a real monster that make that person seem like they're a contributor to culture, it's just, and that's what it seems. Religious scholar. Oh, he's a religious scholar.
Right.
Must be a good guy. He's helping people out
Just
with
so
religion.
happened to be the
Meanwhile, he's
leader of
sawing
ISIS.
people's heads
That's
off.
right.
He's throwing gay people off the top
Right.
of.
Oh my God. See, that's why I like Joe Rogan, because I agree with him sometimes, and then sometimes, hey, I don't agree with him. So the fuck what? They said something good about a bad guy. If he was that, they're not fucking lying. If he was that, they're not lying. Headlines from the Daily Mail on the Las Vegas shooting. What turned Mr. Normal into a killer? Why didn't they say something tragic about this motherfucker? He just killed 56 people at a music concert, but he was Mr. Normal. What turned Mr. Normal into a killer? Where's some more headlines? Dang, just because I clicked on that Las Vegas shit, like everything wants to be that shit now. Yeah, but where's the headlines from the papers? Santa Fe High School shooting. Like, they never want to call these dudes some crazy ass names, but they're looking for Baghdadi to have like some evil description of him. I gotta look up some more headlines. I might take a break in a minute.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they don't agree with his quote unquote religious scholarly beliefs.
Such a strange choice. The fact that that's a mainstream publication, a huge newspaper, and that somehow or another slipped through the net. Like, what?
Yeah.
The headline like that, front page, that's not slipping through the net.
No,
you know
it's
what I
not.
mean?
No, it's not.
That's planned.
But to someone like you, who's actually had to go over there and risk your life to fight guys like that, how sick does that make you to just read that?
It's awful for a couple reasons. Obviously, it's awful for the kind of straightforward reason that you realize that people are learning the wrong thing. They're going to understand this in the wrong way. That's one part of it. But the other part of it is that there's someone that wrote that headline.
Yeah.
There's someone that has a position of influence in the world that wrote that headline and said, yeah, this guy's an austere religious leader, scholar.
There's a guy, I forget his name. He's a famous Muslim commentator who's online, but he attacked that so viciously and talked about what a piece of garbage that guy actually was, and how awful he is, and how this goes against everything that a modern Muslim feels and thinks,
Yeah.
and that this person represent, and to say a religious scholar is so deeply offensive. And that's fantastic. I wish I could remember that guy's name who did it. Mehdi, M-E-D-H-I. But this is the Washington Post. I mean, this isn't like someone's blog on Tinder or something, or whatever, wherever you have blogs these days.
No.
This is a huge mainstream publication, and it just the distorting of narratives is such a strange factor in today's culture. That we don't have a Walter Cronkite giving us the straightforward news every day on the air with no lean or slant and just give you the facts. We don't have that.
No.
We don't have what we thought of as, a top level newspaper from 1980 or whatever, where they were doing real journalism, trying to break down the story in a way that you can understand while you're drinking your coffee, trying to, hey, is the world blowing up? Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, my dad pointed out to me, you were talking about there's nothing that unifies us anymore, and you're like, hey, everyone change jiu-jitsu. I obviously agree with that. But what my dad was telling me, that in the 60s and the 70s, there was one unifying thing that everybody did, which is watch Walter Cronkite on the news. And so when you showed up to work the next day, everyone had heard the same narrative.
Exactly, and
they
that's
could have
bad.
Disagreed on it, but they all had kind of the same basic fundamental facts.
No, that's bad.
And so now we actually have people going home, and I'm going to jump into my bubble over here and watch Fox News, and you're going to get jumped into your bubble over there and watch MSNBC. And like, how do you even communicate with each other?
Yeah, we don't. We have so many choices, but so few paths.
I caught some Rachel Maddow one time, and I'd never watched her before. So I was like, okay, I'm going to watch her. And I was like, wow, just completely different than what I would see on Fox News. Completely different. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is hard to imagine. And you've seen the clips of when Trump won, of all the compilation of everyone's reaction, all the liberal reaction. They were but on the news.
Yes.
I mean, does MSNBC? They don't claim to be like, nonpartisan at all, do they? Or news for that matter?
I think they don't have to. It's just they are MSNBC. Yeah. They don't have to have a directive. They just say, everyone knows. It's like there's an understanding when you're going there. You're either going to hate view, like you're either a Republican who's going there to see what these silly liberals are up to, or you're one of the converted, and she's preaching to the choir.
I think one interesting proof point of this is I think a poll came out yesterday on where the American people stand on impeachment, and something like 75-80% of Fox viewers oppose impeachment, and 75-80% of MSNBC viewers support impeachment. And they're covering the very same impeachment inquiry and hearings and witness testimony and all of that.
I don't think people even understand what that all means and whether or not it even has a chance of happening. Based on...
No, I don't think people do either.
They don't. It seems like some fun talking point, some gotcha thing where they've got them. Ukraine got him. We got him this time. Stormy Daniels didn't stick, but this one's gonna sink.
Yeah, hey, you think to yourself, if Stormy Daniels didn't stick, come on, what else are you gonna do? He just might as well just back off and just try and work with the guy at that point. I would have been like, okay, you know what? He's Teflon. We just need to move forward.
There's a hilarious girl. I don't know who she is. Did I send you that video where the girl was getting people to get pumped up about impeachment, and she's got like rainbow colored hair, and she looks like a liberal. I think she even has one of those pink kitty cat hats on, and she gets them. She's like pro impeachment. They're like, yeah, impeach him, fucking impeachment. She goes, yay, President Pence, yay. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
And she's like, President Pence. Yeah. So if he gets impeached, then we get President Pence. And they're like, She's like, maybe we should just like let this play out.
Hold
like,
what you got.
probably just let him finish his term. But it is hilarious. It's hilarious because it's a sport. It's basically replacing. It's a sport for people who don't like football. It's like their idea of who's winning or losing this game is very personal, and they feel like their team got killed in 2016, and they're going to come back and kick ass in 2020, and that's what's going on. And everything they can get at them.
Well, not only that. I mean, it's that, but then you've got some folks some Democrat leaders in Washington who are saying, well, we need to get rid of Trump through impeachment to protect ourselves from possibly losing the election in 2020, which I think is just like an open admittal of, well, we don't think that we can actually beat him at the ballot box, so we're trying to use this political maneuver in order to get rid of him, even though it's highly unlikely that even if the House does vote to impeach, which isn't fully clear at this point, but even if that were to happen, the Senate is not going to convince 20. It's highly unlikely the Senate's going to convince 20 Republicans to vote with every Democrat to actually physically kick Trump out of office. And this is why, I mean, I've always maintained that, look, I look forward to beating Donald Trump at the ballot box, where the American people can unequivocally let their voices be heard saying, nope, we're done with the leadership and all that Trump brought to office, and we're choosing to go in a new direction.
Have you thought about what kind of nickname he'll have for you? Because he's going to come up with a nickname.
Yeah.
Did you see how they played you on Saturday Night Live?
I did.
Yeah, I was one. I went on there because I said, I got to see what they did to her. And I was really curious about what they were going to do, how they were going to make you out. And they made you out to be like this super evil person.
Yeah.
I got a kick out of it.
Yeah.
What'd they do?
You didn't see it?
No.
Oh, it's funny.
It's a super short clip, but basically they're like, there is a villain amongst all of these candidates. And that villain is Tulsi Gabbard,
Oh
who
God.
strikes fear into the heart of every other person up here. Something like that.
Like a Despicable Me type cartoon villain.
They portrayed me as like a Cruella de Vil.
Yeah. The thing is, I was thinking as it was playing out, they don't show you for a while, and I go, they're not even going to put her in here. I was like, they're not even going to put her in here. They, Clinton got to her and said, I don't want this girl getting any airtime at all. Lock her down.
It's just so interesting to me that it's so clear that you're a vibrant candidate, but that they don't want to get behind you.
Yeah.
But yet they do want to get behind Joe Biden, who can barely get through a sentence. That poor guy is falling apart. Someone needs to give that guy like growth hormones, steroids, like kale shakes, fat steaks. Like, bro, you need to take some time off. We need to get you in a hyperbaric chamber. You don't have any energy.
Yeah, especially because Donald Trump has energy.
Yes.
And he goes on stage for an hour and a half at a rally with no teleprompter,
With 30,000 people there screaming.
No drink, no bathroom break. He's just up there going. He's like an animal up there, and it fuels him. And then meanwhile, you're looking at Biden, and you're like, how is this even going to work out? His teeth are literally falling out in the middle of the campaign.
He's falling asleep.
It's
He's getting
horrible.
people's names wrong. Do they want to win or don't they? They
That
do.
is the question.
But they don't want to win with someone they can't control.
Exactly.
It's like the first UFC. Do you know they had Hoist fight in the first UFC because they couldn't control Hickson?
Oh, yeah.
Hickson's the family champion, but Hickson was like, Hickson's going to do whatever the fuck Hickson wants to do. And they had no control of him, so Horian was like, well, if Hoist loses, then we'll go with Hickson. For now, let's get Hoist in there. Because he couldn't control Hickson.
Yeah. No,
Everybody
that's
knew.
literally what they're afraid of.
If you wanted to show what jiu-jitsu could do, everyone on earth that knew jiu-jitsu knew Rickson Gracie was the baddest man on the planet.
How do you navigate this, Tulsi? It seems like okay, if you want to get the Democratic nomination, you've got to be pretty far to the left, right? But if you want to actually win the presidency, then you've got to be more moderate. So that seems like a tough little thing to try and get through as well.
I think that is the conventional so-called wisdom. That just isn't true anymore. I think this is what, you hear a lot of the political pundits talking who's far left, who's centrist, moderate, who's this, that. I think what's proving to be true is more about, who is the establishment candidate versus who is anti-establishment. And that, I don't fit into any one of those boxes because I look at every issue based on its merits. I'll look at the substance of the issue, look at the arguments for and against, and go with the approach that I think actually...
This is a radical idea right here.
It is that, exactly.
It's radical to be reasonable.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, these people, they're like, oh my God, we can't figure her out because she doesn't have any of these labels. But that is where the vast majority of the American people are. You have these extremes on the fringes who are all about these purity tests where you are either with me on every single issue or you're done, you're finished, you're unacceptable. But the vast majority of Americans, again, they're looking at what is real leadership. Real leadership, whether you're talking about the guy who's working in the manufacturing warehouse, you're talking about a blue collar worker, you're looking at, okay, here's the issues that keep most people up at night. You want to make sure that if your kid is sick, they're going to be able to get the health care they need. You want to make sure you have a roof over your family's head. There are basic things. Approaching them in a way that is pragmatic, common sense, and solutions oriented. Not only the right thing to do, I think it's the thing that makes it so you don't have to say, well, in the primary, I'm only going to talk to Democrats and the most radical and extreme. Totally going to flip the script and then speak to the whole country after I win the primary election. That's ridiculous. This is why, I'll go on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, and I'm delivering the exact same message to people. And we're building and growing support in people who watch those 3 different channels, who are actually listening like, hey, like she makes sense. Like, she's not crazy. She's not spouting some party talking point. She's not, going down a radical path just to appeal to the Twitter winds that are blowing one way or the other. It's just about, hey, let's do what's best. Let's do what's best for the people and for the country.
I'm stunned by the blowback too for you going on Fox News. That people
Yeah.
are actually upset that they do not think that you should grace the Fox News screens.
Yeah.
That you're doing a disservice to your party.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Well, I get the same stuff, and because I go on Fox News. And why do I go on Fox News? Fox News invites me onto Fox News. You know who's never invited me on? Ever? MSNBC. And again, as you pointed out earlier, like, it's pretty hard to pin me down politically.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not one to sit there and try and make radical statements to try and get more, likes on a Twitter thing.
You don't do that?
Yeah, I don't. It's like, oh, I'm here to try to make some points about the way, most of what I talk about is about leadership.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, because what we're doing as human beings is we're leading other people, whether it's just your family or whether it's your business or whatever, or it's troops out in the field. So yeah, it's weird that you would get attacked for going on Fox News when actually anybody that looks at that from a strategic view would think, oh, she's actually accepted by this right-wing news organization. Maybe she could get some other, moderate conservative votes. Maybe we should think about bringing her in as a candidate because she could win.
Right.
Well, not only that, what's wrong with going on stage or going on camera with someone that you oppose, someone you
Nothing.
disagree with, and having a dialogue about what you disagree with?
Right.
That's the weird thing about this cancel culture, this strange time we're living in. You're not even supposed to communicate with people about ideas that you disagree on.
Yeah.
Like I saw people criticizing you for being on Tucker Carlson's show in particular.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say. It's one thing to say, okay, you're going to go on Fox News and, tussle with Sean Hannity about things you disagree on. But I think what they see as more dangerous is finding areas where you actually do agree.
Right.
And that's, on Tucker Carlson. I have a platform to be able to speak to millions of people across the country about the kind of leadership that I bring in the area of foreign policy, what I would do here in this country, what I would do there in that country if I were president today. And I have the opportunity to deliver that message directly to people's living rooms or offices or wherever they are. And, I think in some of these areas, Tucker and I will disagree on a whole host of things, but on some of these issues of foreign policy, he'll say, yeah, I agree with you. And I think when you look at this cancel culture, I was attacked on the debate stage for going on Fox News. How do you think you're going to lead this country, all Americans, if you're completely not only shutting out and not willing to talk to half the country that watches Fox News, but you're in fact disrespecting and dismissing them just because they may disagree with you or they watch a different news channel than you do? I think that's the bigger issue here is, there's a political consequence. You're never going to be able to have a dialogue with, what to speak of, win support from people who you treat like garbage, who you disrespect, who you call names, who you call deplorables. But how do you expect to lead as the president of every single American in this country when you've thrown half of them away and saying, you know what, I actually don't care about you. I only care about people who I agree with. That's to me the worst part about all of this.
Yeah,
I couldn't agree more.
That deplorable thing was a big hit. And then you also remember when Mitt Romney said, hey, there's 47% of the country that there's no way of voting for him, so we just need to forget about him.
Yeah, exactly.
Those two things completely divided and sent people to vote for the opposing candidate. Like, you're going to call me deplorable? Oh, really? Watch this. I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Or you're going to ignore me, or you're just going to dismiss me.
Or my vote doesn't matter.
I think also it speaks to what both people have, that it's distasteful, that they're calculated. And one of the things that I do appreciate about you is that I think you're not. I think the way you view things is you would far rather speak your mind and be truthful and have real legitimate opinions on things rather than have some weird, slimy, sort of shifty take that's been created by a bunch of people that think that this is going to be the right thing that you could say, that's going to, and get you a little closer in the polls and move you this way and move the needle that way. That shifty style of politics, I really feel, is dead. I just don't think you can do it that way anymore. I think people, because of the open access to information that people have today and the way that people can communicate and find out information, I just don't think we want to buy that shifty politician talk anymore. I think we're done with it. I think we realize it's antiquated. It's never served us. It sucks, and it just gives you the same thing every time. You get someone who gets into office and they do completely different things than what they said they were going to do before they got in.
Yeah, that's even. I thought about, the people they hurt deplorables, they hurt 47%, and that's bad. But yeah, you're right. What it really made people think is, behind the scenes, you're totally different than you are when you're standing on stage.
Yeah, you're shifty.
I know what you're like, and I'm not voting for you.
Yeah, you're manipulative.
Yeah.
You're following this, you're following whether it's polls or you're following these groups that are going out and trying to figure out which way the tide is turning on social media. I mean, there's so many groups now and so many companies that are just looking at data online and opinions, and then they give this data to people that are trying to influence folks, and they lean one way or another, and they try to manipulate their message in order to have a more favorable rating. And it's so slimy.
It's also the kind of hypocrisy of this whole thing is these are people who are asking to lead the most powerful nation in the world.
Yes.
And yet they are not leaders at all. Followers.
Have you given any consideration to the fact that this is basically an impossible job? That everybody who gets in there ages 150 years, except Trump. He doesn't seem to age at all. He looks great. He looked like shit when he got in, but he looks exactly the same now. I mean, you would think he looked like a skeleton by now. He'd be a corpse. But no, looks like it's not even. It's
he eats a lot of fast food, I hear.
Rolling off his back, whatever it is. There's a lesson to be learned. I mean, he really should give a class on not giving a fuck and like how it affects you personally.
He's got a master's degree in that,
because
without a doubt.
You could say you don't give a fuck, but that's when the whole world is angry at you. Like half the world, maybe more than half the world, because it's half of America, and then who knows what percentage of the rest of the world is upset at you. Not a lot of supporters internationally, right?
Yeah.
And that guy's like, shakes it off like a duck and just keeps moving. But have you given any consideration to that? This is a job that almost no one really nails. No one gets out after 4 years or 8 years and is like, boom, fucking nailed it. No one. Right? No one nails
Just
it.
creating all these visual images in my mind.
But you know what I mean? Nobody gets out. They're like, Obama, you did it, bro.
Yeah.
There's half the people are going to hate you no matter what. And there's a legit argument that it's a ridiculous position, that to have one alpha chimp dominate the entire clan in 2019 when there's 320 million of us, it seems insane. It doesn't seem like you really can pay attention to everything, whether it's the economy or the environment or foreign policy or all the social issues. There's so much going on. How can one person really have that job?
So the first thing I'll say is that if you're going into this to be popular or to have everybody love you, then you should not be president at all.
That's why I'm never going to be president. That's all I want.
Well, there you go. you can come over and have dinner with me in the White House
All right.
when we get there.
I'm excited.
So I think that's the most important thing. That's the problem that we see in a lot of our politics is, and what we're seeing on Twitter is people are putting stuff out for what they think will get the most likes or will get the most retweets, rather than putting out what they believe in or what's true or what's actually really, really important. So I think that's the first thing about how I would govern and lead as president, about continuing what I've always done, which is actually just focusing on, hey, let's do the best job we can do to deliver the best result for the American people. None of us are perfect and won't always get it perfectly right all the time. I think understanding that we have, often forgotten these days, we have 3 co-equal branches of government. So the president alone in the executive branch does not have absolute or ultimate power over our government or over making decisions that impact the lives of Americans across this country. I think our founders set up our government with this in mind, that we left the monarchy for a reason, so that we don't have one person with absolute power, but instead we have a president, a commander-in-chief who is leading our country, working with the United States Congress, the House and the Senate, which is made up of people who are elected from their communities and from their states to be able to form and shape the policies that do impact the lives of people in this country, so that these decisions are not being made within a vacuum by one single individual, but instead by a representative form of government with the judiciary branch as the check and balance to say, hey, this one does not fall in line with the Constitution of the United States. We're going to throw that one out, making sure that these elected leaders are doing the right thing for the people. So I think the opportunity that's here, and I think what's necessary, is having a president who leads with the best interests of the people in mind, takes seriously the principles enshrined within our Constitution, does not abuse that executive power, which is something that we've seen growing in one consecutive administration after another, crossing both party lines, but instead really takes seriously that oath that we all take, that we took as a member of Congress, that we took in the military, that the president takes, to uphold and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Well said.
Yeah, and I think, Tulsi's a military person as well. And when you go and you do the best you can, and you make the decisions for the right, you make the decisions for the right reasons, which aren't necessarily going to turn out right. Sometimes you make decisions and they don't turn out okay, but you had the right intentions. You tried to do the right thing. It didn't go the way you wanted it to. You don't point your fingers or blame anybody else. You say, okay, here's the mistake I made. Here's what we're going to do to fix it. And at the end of the day, you can walk away and say, okay, well, I know that I did the best I could with the right intentions. And generally, just like you were talking about people being able to see through when someone's lying behind stage, people see, you know what, they're trying to do the best job. They had the right intentions in mind. And I think you actually could walk away from the job, not saying I did a great job, nailed it, as Joe Rogan would say, but to walk away with your head held high and be able to say, yeah, I did the best I could do. I made some good decisions. I made some bad decisions. I tried to get us on the right path. I tried to support the principles that I believe this country is based on, and you move forward. I think that's completely doable.
Yeah.
Do you have a long-term idea, like if you don't win in 2020, are you going to stick around for 2024? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm focused on 2020.
And then once that passes, whether you win or not, then you think about the future.
Assess.
But you're only 38, right?
Yeah.
I don't buy that gray hair either. I think it's fake. I think you decided that you look too young.
What about my gray hair?
I believe it. You and me are close to the same age. Mine's real too. But no, with you, I don't buy it. I think you just said, like, we just need a streak, just a cool looking streak. No? It's real?
No, yeah.
Are you going to keep it if the whole thing goes gray?
I don't
want
to
hold you to that.
Yeah, no. I started to go gray during my first deployment, and so I decided to keep it just as a physical reminder of those we lost and the price that so many people paid.
If you win, will you be the youngest person ever to be president, or were there
Yes.
some weirdos in the 1700s?
No, I will
No?
be. Actually, I believe I'll be the youngest.
Wow.
Yeah.
Youngest and a woman. Pretty badass.
Yeah.
Double first.
I agree.
You would think that a lot of people would be really excited about that instead of just attacking you.
Yeah.
Well, again, it just shows you how people are so committed to the machine. And you're one of the best examples of that, I think, because there's so much exciting about what you're saying. There's so much that resonates as being honest and straightforward and well thought out and nuanced and balanced, and yet still so much resistance. But I think the machine is strong, and the machine knows that it doesn't really have a grip on you.
Yeah, they don't, and they never will. And I think that you mentioned earlier. I think that's
I already went
creating
through this with YouTube
fear
before.
and concern. I
You have
just
to be
think it's important
18
to
or
point
older to
out
watch
the
my
difference
stream,
when we
so
talk about
that's
the
all good.
people who are concerned about this. It is the people whose power is built off of. They've built this foundation of power based on the status quo, based on continuing this narrative that benefits the very few, the most rich, the most powerful, the people who can purchase this influence in Washington, as opposed to, the vast majority of people in this country, unfortunately, whose voices are not being heard in Washington, whose concerns are not being met by and large, and who exist outside of this bubble of corruption within Washington, and who are looking for a leader who's going to hear their voices and amplify them and serve their interests. And I think that's where, again, We've got great opportunity and responsibility to reach those people all across this country and let them know who I am and to hear my message so they know that there is a choice, that they do have a choice between more of the same old, more of the pay-to-play corruption that exists in Washington, more of the perpetuation of the same foreign policy of interventionism, regime change that's failed us and cost us so much, versus fresh leadership with a new approach that puts the interests of our country and peace and security at the forefront of the decisions that are being made.
I think this is an interesting time too, because it's one of the first times that I can remember where politicians that are running for president are pushing back against the media machine. Like Andrew Yang recently said, I'm not going to go on MSNBC unless they apologize publicly for a lack of representation. I mean, they didn't give him a chance to talk, and they treated. Meanwhile, there's a giant well of support behind him as well. People
are seeing through the the facade that is presented by the corporate media, and I think finding the power in our voices on through alternative media, new media, social media, and I think that's what we're seeing with people. Hey, if they're giving my campaign $5 or $10 a month, like there is so much power that is I think people are discovering within their own voices that really is the only thing that can overcome the obstacles that the political and media establishment are placing before us and before the people in having their voices heard.
Who is in the lead now? It's still Biden, right? And behind Biden is Elizabeth Warren. Is that what the idea is?
It seems like it. I think when you look at some of these polls, I think that's the other thing is they most often represent who is most well known in the country, who's most famous, rather than who actually has the most support.
And Elizabeth Warren, wasn't she a Republican for a long time?
Yeah.
When did she become a Democrat?
I may be wrong, but I want to say she was in her 40s, maybe early 50s, something like that.
Do you get a chance to talk to these people?
Briefly. I mean, it's usually in passing at different campaign events or before the debate or something like that. I know Bernie Sanders best, obviously. Know a few of the others who I've worked with in the Senate, in Congress on different issues. Andrew Yang, I've enjoyed getting to know.
I like him a lot.
Marianne as well.
I like Bernie a lot too. I like him a lot more than I thought I would. Like sitting down and talking to him for 3 hours on a podcast, it's just like, oh, you're a person.
Yeah.
You're not some crazy old dude who screams out at these. I mean, because that's when you give a man 30 seconds,
that's what you get.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
1 minute soundbite, 30-second soundbite. That's who he is.
So what's next? Like where are you at right now?
I think our initial challenge, the initial goal that we're seeking to meet here is to get. I'm not qualified yet for the next debate in December.
What do you have to do to qualify?
We need to do two things. One is we've got to surpass 200,000 individual donors.
That's hilarious. You need money.
Where are you at right now?
We are at, I think, at about 199,000.
Oh,
so
we got that.
We're close.
Joe Rogan's got you covered.
Yeah.
We'll take care of that.
Help, guys. If you're listening, help.
Yeah,
Tulsi2020.com.
They'll jump on that like a grenade.
And then the second thing is I think it require a certain number of polls, and I think I need one more poll to meet that requirement, which is directly linked. You look at a guy like Pete Buttigieg. He spent $9 million on social media ads in order to get like a 4% bump in the polls. You look at what some of these other guys have spent, some of the billionaires. I think Steyer spent $37 million in order to qualify in the polls on the debate. And so our challenge is we need to get out and get in front of people in order to make sure that we're bypassing the corporate media and we're actually talking directly to folks at home.
Is there a real possibility that sometime in our lifetime they can take money out of politics like that?
Yes, there has to be. There has to be. The more people learn about how completely lopsided our campaign finance system is, that does two things. It favors those, or it helps those who are taking money from corporations and PACs and lobbyists, further deepening the divide between the politicians and the people that they are supposed to be serving and representing, and instead, you've got this insider culture of lobbyists and politicians who are just hanging out and making the decisions. Yeah, I mean, look, the second thing is that you're seeing how corrupting that influence is on the politicians and the influence that they have over people, and how much it's disproportionately helping the strength and the power of a two-party system, where those parties can literally take, like, for me, if you wanted to give me a contribution, you could give me the limit is $2,800 per the primary $2,800. That's it. You can't, no matter how much you want, you can't give me any more money. But if you wanted to write a check to the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, doesn't matter. Unlimited amount of money that you can give to the party. So what does that actually mean? It means the party.
I'm just about to shut down the stream and go get on some PlayStation. Go get on some video games, man. I started that raid shit last night and got in the group with some guys, man. And we couldn't get past the raid.
We're not going to run TV ads for you. We're not going to help you out when you're getting attacked by the other guy, which just makes the problem that we already.
Yo, we started a raid, yo, and then we couldn't figure out how to get past a certain part. So we did figure out we missed something. So we tried to go back, and then trying to figure out one part of that shit, man. My character fucking glitched out. I got froze on the goddamn screen. So I had to reset the goddamn game and try to jump back in there. And I got in there with another group of guys, and we got halfway through that shit. And then one guy backed out. And you can't fucking, with that new raid shit, you gotta have a full squad, yo. You can't complete the raid without a full squad. I kind of like how they did that too, but like, if you gonna play that shit, you gotta know, like, you gonna play that shit. You gonna be in there, you and your squad gotta agree to be in there for a minute, cause if somebody leave or if something come up and one of the homies gotta get out of that shit, y'all can't finish the fucking raid, yo. I thought it was gonna be like some solo player shit, kind of the same way all the other missions are on there. They definitely ain't make it like that. All I got left on the second layer of paint is these bracelets in her hand. Once I do that, this whole canvas will have 2 layers of paint on it. Sometimes I can do like 4 layers of paint, but I think with this one, I can probably just go over it one more time after this, and that shit gonna be done. Let's see which brushes I used this morning. Yeah, I've been here over 4 hours. I'm about to go downstairs and play some fucking video games for a little while. Then I still get this weird feeling when I'm playing games like, nigga, you should be in the studio painting. But it's like I've been in here for like 3-4 hours painting. Take a break. Just take a little break, play some video games, and then I'll come back. But that shit don't never leave my mind when I'm playing video games. It's like, you could be painting right now. You could be painting right now. And it's like, I know I could be painting right now, but I'm not. I'm playing fucking games for a minute. This thing is almost done. I could probably finish this, like I say, by next weekend. I'll probably finish this one by next weekend and go ahead and start on something else. What today is? Friday. I got 3 days. I got 2 more days off. But I definitely have to work on that drawing. Matter of fact, if I finish this hand up today, which I probably will, I'll just start on that drawing later on this evening or first thing in the morning. But the drawing is definitely going to be the next thing I work on after this. Gotta get that done. It's not due until January, basically. But I want that shit done. I wanted it done before December.
which is the whole thing. So I think I might be able to get it done in time just to be ahead of the curve. Cause I'm a procrastinator. Damn, I'm getting the acid is fucking thinner on my hands. I'm a procrastinator, but I don't like to procrastinate too much. Not too much. You know? Hey, take your time, be patient, but not too patient. Don't take so much time that you're not getting shit done. That's the moral of the story that I'm trying to get to. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to rush everything. But you do need to be consistent and active on your goals or whatever you're trying to achieve. Because procrastination is the denial of death. Procrastination is the denial of death. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I'll get to that tomorrow. Motherfucker, you don't know if you're going to be here tomorrow. Do that shit today. I'll do it tomorrow. Okay, well, I guess you don't believe in death then. Death can come at any moment, nigga. You keep procrastinating, you just denying death. Like, oh, I always have more time. You not. There one day is gonna come where you not gonna have no more time at all. So you better get shit done now. Don't procrastinate too much. Feel me? Procrastination is the denial of death. I got all the time in the world. Actually, you don't. Actually, you really don't. Let's get this shit popping now. Because I don't got all the time in the world. I know I don't. That's why I stay in the studio. Because one of these days, it's gonna be your last day. One of these days, it's gonna be your last day. And one of these days, it's gonna be your last day. Gotta keep my brushes clean. Damn, don't dip my dreads in the baby oil. Oh. Well, yeah, don't forget on the 10th, December the 10th, YouTube is gonna put out their new user agreements, which means shit gonna change. And you better be prepared for shit to change. Alright, I'm done in the studio for a minute. That's it, man. I might grab something to eat. Man, I baked that spaghetti last night. That shit busting. Oh, damn. Still on. So I will turn you off. Grab my phone. I hate these sweatpants right here because they don't have pockets. Ain't that some dumb shit? That's the dumbest shit in the world, bro.
That shit ain't got no fucking pocket. So I gotta use my phone like this. Put that shit in there like a fucking gun. Ugh. Got a holster my phone. I got a concealed phone. You know what I'm saying? A concealed phone. In certain cities, I get shot for that shit. I thought it was a weapon. Damn, officer. You need some more training if you can't tell the difference between a phone and a gun. You know? I think this piece is coming along nicely. Appreciate everybody chilling in the stream with me. I'll catch y'all next time. Peace.